I'm school appropriate. I'm an educator, a performer, and every free chance that I get, I play video games, primarily on PC, sorry console. Getting solo dubs is probably the most satisfying thing to me in recent competitive gaming, but when it's not Battle Royale, my main focus is to clip as many players' heads as I can to rack up tons of points for my team and help pave the way to our success. I'll always try to be as flexible as I need to outwit my opponents in any situation, even in a situation like this. I promise I love more than just shooters, and you're bound to see that, especially in my upcoming speedruns. There are plenty of epic moments that can happen in each attempt that I do, and I love when my chat gets to share that moment with me. The best way to know when I'm live is to follow and join my Discord. There's an awesome community here, and you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want. More information can be found in my panels below. See you soon. Okay, friends. Hello, good evening, good morning. My name is School Appropriate, and today I am going to be doing something different than what I usually do. I usually speedrun Digimon World 3, but I can't do that throughout the week. It is impossible. There is no way. Digimon World 3 is minimum of 6.5 hours for world record pace, and it usually takes me realistically 1 to 3 hours to even get a run, so that's too much of a stream for me to commit during the week because I still have to teach in the morning. So today it's not going to be nearly as long as it is. It's just the way it has to be, unfortunately, because otherwise I will probably pass away in my sleep or something. Didn't you say 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time? Did I? I think I said Central Standard Time. I hope I did. Did I make that mistake? Aw, rip. I did not. It says Central Standard Time. Oh my god. 61
Pride
bits!
one, pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one,
Pride one, pride one, pride one,
pride one, pride one, pride one.
It's only been 2?
Pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one, pride one.
Nice. Alana, that is extremely generous of you. Thank you so much. I cannot even... Hold on. Can I show you how wild my desktop looks, please? This is what it looks like. I can't see anything, but I'm gonna make it work somehow. Math is hard. I think it's because I posted it at 6:30, so in my mind I was like 6, 7, 8, 9, but I posted it at like 6:30, so at 9:30 it's probably gonna say 3 hours, I think. That's my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst streamer ever. Oh no. Alana, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Jethco. That's extremely generous of you, and nobody has to do that. We don't have to do any of these things, because otherwise we're gonna activate what is called the scam train around here, because it's a scam, and I don't want you to do that. Yo, Rob! Warpoint streaming. Sorry, you have to see my cluster, you know what. So, something's wrong with this. What's wrong with my bottom screen? Hello, bottom screen. Okay. Give me a second to fix this. I don't like how that looks. It's horrendous. And then I'll just crop this part out so it looks less ugly. Make this a little bigger. Is that better? Yeah, that's just about perfect. Let me lock that into place. Twitch is really hard. I don't know how to use it half the time. I'm glad Trump is out. Now the far left and the far right are gonna even out. Meanwhile, I like it. She wants the subs. Me? Me, no. Who are you? Salty Potato Plays. Thank you so much for activating that glorious channel point. A fact about myself. This is not supposed to be like that. Oh no. Need to take care of my stream. Yeah, man. Good luck with that. Streaming is a lot of fun, and I'm excited that you get to experience that. Who is this? Give me 1 second. family emergency. Sorry. Really annoying. Chilling here before I stream? That's awesome. If you guys want to shout out your streams again, I am more than comfortable with you doing that. I have no problem. A fact about myself before we start is I am not an expert at this game. I've only done it literally twice, and only the first half of it twice, so I'm still learning, but I'm gonna get better. Hopefully, quickly. This is my jam. Mine too. Okay. I need to make sure everything is set up. Is it? No. If I'm missing stuff in chat, it's because I can't see it. Because I can see it, but it's pretty hard to read. Because I have one monitor. S. Okay, when I press yes, then I will start the timer. Digimon really do be bumping loud? Is it that loud? I can turn it down. Oh no, Lewis! You have gifted so many subs! Why? Here, I'll turn this down a little bit. Maybe that's better? Let me know if it's not. Earlier I was testing it and it sounded like it was okay. It's only 17. Only 17? That's still a lot. Okay, I'm gonna start it now. So this is Digimon World DS. Oh no. Oh goodness gracious. DXJ Gaming gifting a tier 1 sub. Absolutely unnecessary, but extremely grateful again. If you may be new to this channel, the revenue, whatever comes to the channel, whether it's subs or donations or bits or anything else, it all goes directly back to my students. Whether it's like buying new music or even buying equipment, if in the future, if the sum was that large, which I would never expect, but if it was, I have a list of things that I need to buy. First stream watching since saw a clip of you from a Glad Jonas video. Oh, Glad Jonas. Glad Jonas is such a homie. He also makes the sickest beats, so go check out his SoundCloud. He's amazing. I'll add 2 more if you do. No! We don't need to do that. Again, like, that's extremely generous of everybody, but I know times are tough right now. We don't need to do the scam train. But Poppy Panda, welcome. Excited to have you here. Feel free to jet out whenever you want, because I never know what I'm doing here. Oh god. DXJ and Lewis making a pact together, I guess, gifting multiple tier 1 subs to this community, and Jesus, dude. It never gets any easier. It never gets any easier to say thank you, because I wish I could repay everyone back in a huge way. And hopefully someday I can. I really hope someday that I can, because I would not be where I am today as a streamer if not for the support of all of you and the minibuffs community and multiple people. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw you live? Kid setting. It was probably... I definitely have seen your... Oh, I'm sorry, the mouse is like in the way. I've definitely seen your name around before, and I can tell that you're an OG. Was it maybe even when I was playing like Fortnite or Overwatch or something? Because that was a long time ago. What is that now? Is that the same notification? Was it just lagging? What just happened? I needed an even 20? Bro, no! You don't need even anything. You can just literally chill here. It makes me happiest when you guys are just here. It was Digimon 3. That much is for sure. I started doing Digimon World 3 speedruns. Oh no. Nice!
Uni 1, 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 Uni 1.
Yeah? Rolvamon, thank you so much for the 69 bits. That's a convenient number. Did you plan this, or is that really the amount of bits that you had left? But, thank you so much. 69 bits is gonna go, a long way. That's a lot of unicorns. Kappa? Xanta! How's it going? So what could be better than getting to gold? Having this awesome— What?! Xanta, how are you? Forget how I'm doing. I'm like hella tired actually, to be honest, because today I had a lot of students ask me questions about the inauguration, and I'm like, I gotta not speak about this because it's not bad if I do, but you can get a lot of complaints no matter what side you're on. James Cross, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to chill with us as long as you want. I think I'm streaming in the wrong category. I meant to put Digimon World DS, but I think I put Digimon World. So if any of you are in here thinking there's going to be Digimon World tonight, there will not be, unfortunately. But someday. Yeah, for sure someday. Komodo! Did Melissa feel special? And yeah, she did. She was like terrified, if I remember correctly, because she was watching some serial killer thing. And the serial killer, for one, was in my town, and also is the uncle of my girlfriend's sister's friend. I don't know, that's kind of a far reach, I guess. Demonic, I saw that you said you were gonna stream later. What are you gonna stream? I'm sorry if I missed what you said. Dude, reading chat is so hard. Especially when you can't see it. Your girlfriend's sister's friend. Yes, that's correct. Chud Life, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. I leave my follow because I have homework. Take care, guys. No problem. Also, in case you haven't heard this yet, if you are a Twitch streamer, I always check my follow list after a stream. Sometimes I forget, but I've been pretty good about it recently. I always check my follow list after I stream so that I can follow back everyone that is, oh god, a Twitch streamer. Because I like popping into people's streams and supporting other people. We really try to. Striker, how you doing? Cheesecake montage, always a pleasure. Panda, who are you? Thank you for redeeming that. I can't play this game. Hold on, I have to remember numbers. 420, 1600, 420, 1602. Oh! 420, 1602. 104070002, 104070002, 104070002, 104070002. Monka. 20,630, 20,00630. Oh my god, 20,00630. Okay, sorry, that was numbers I had to think about. A fact about myself. I've been streaming, for 2 years? The first year, believe it or not, I don't know. I had literally 0 viewers for a whole year. It was pretty sad and discouraging, but if you've ever streamed before, and this is not you, but like anybody in here, if you've ever streamed before, there's just something so fun about it that I kept going, even though I had 0 people. I was streaming Fortnite and Overwatch because I used to be like really good at those games. And now I do this. I speedrun games that meant a lot to me as a kid. I've noticed that on Twitter as well. What am I doing? What did you notice on Twitter, Santa? About the following? I've actually made it a point to start looking for other teachers that also stream. More of us than I thought. Yes, I can think of like a few people actually off the bat. There was an English teacher, also LGBT, and like we just had so much in common. She streams in just chatting more than anything, but like that's still badass, you know? You mean you're the school? Me? I wonder if there are other people with school in their name on Twitch. I was following what you said about following back. Oh yes! I try to follow back Twitch creators because I think that, or just like, oh god, Melissa sneezed at the exact moment I needed to press B. And I wanted to tell her bless you, but I didn't. I'm a terrible person. Why did I do that? And I thought Digimon World 3 is long. Digimon World 3 is 4 minutes and 46 seconds of just intro. Tell her we said bless her. No, she's making a bigger deal out of it than she needs to. Okay. I don't know why I did that. There was no purpose. There are several folks I know who teach and also stream. There's like 3 of my friends in, no, 4, maybe more, no, a lot more, because when the pandemic started, everyone I went to college with was like, I'm gonna start streaming on Twitch. And I guess it was the perfect time, you know. What if she sneezes again? If she sneezes again, I'll tell her to bless you, but that sneeze was so over-exaggerated. She was like, like, that's not how she sneezes. I think I ran away from that first fight because you basically flee from every single fight within a few where you don't. I go back to the Digifarm now, right? Yes. Okay. Hopefully I skip some encounters or something so I can make up for that time. It's not a big deal because this is... Oh my god. I feel like I need to start over. I need to do this beginning more on my own, but it's just so much text. Look at this. I'm 11 minutes in. I would already be heading to Syracuse City at this rate in Digimon World 3, and I'm still doing intro stuff. Yana. I miss this game so much. Play it. You could play it. I would love to play the 3DS one, but there's no translation. Redigitize... Decoded or something, right? I played Redigitize. There's probably a project for it. There's a project for Lost Evolution, which I'm excited about. Really excited about. Okay, what do I do now? Put them in my party. And let's do this now. So I don't forget. I need to equip all of those items to Falcomon. No! These inputs are very slow. Like if I mash down a bunch, then it's still slow. I need to go get Gabumon's thing that he dropped, right? I'm really trying to make this into a muscle memory thing, but it's not even close yet, I don't think. Like in Digimon World 3, I know exactly where I am all the time and what I'm supposed to be doing at any moment. And I played this game a lot too, but I don't know. Not nearly as much as World 3 for sure. Wasn't there a new Digimon game coming soon? It's called Digimon Survive, Lewis, and I'm definitely gonna play it casually at first, and then maybe try to figure out some speedrunning situation. Next Order. Digimon Next Order is super fun. I like anything that has that VPET simulation kind of thing going on. Next Order, Digitize, Digimon World. Digimon World is my second favorite Digimon game ever. Welcome home, Bree. You guys chill out, have a fantastic night, and thank you so much for not just the gifted subs, but just for being an amazing person. Jess. And Brian too, and Bree as well. What is this item that I'm grabbing? A revive? Oh, that's right, yes. Also, I need to optimize my movement as much as I can because I'm going to be doing this first part a lot. You need what? Survive to be released? Me too. I cannot wait for it. Tactile RPG. The last one that I played was Bleach, the Third Phantom, and that was a long time ago. Bleach has so many terms that I cannot believe that I knew them all. A lot of show-unique vocabulary that I just understood as a kid. How do I fight this? With, Crimson Fire? No, I just spam attack, I guess. I don't need to use Crimson Fire until Black Agumon. 16 minutes to get the first split. I feel like I need another split just for me to gauge better what that actually looks like. Smaller increments help me a lot. All the Quincy and Shinigami stuff. And Reishi, Zanpakuto, all of the... what are they called? Bakudo. Bakudo number something. I don't know, there was just a lot of terminology in Bleach that I just understood. And like, everyone else, I guess, that would watch the show would just get it. Okay. Weak Ogremon. Oh, Mega Weak. The weakest. What a pitiful Digimon. But also my Falcomon is Omega Super Strong, level 35 with ultimate legendary super gear. So I'm cheating a little bit. This run is spliced. What's my favorite Digivolution? My favorite Digimon is right here. The Gilmon. My favorite Digivolution is Megidramon, which is the evil, super evil Gilmon. The Mega Evolution of Gilmon. I just think it fits him better. Oh! What? I'm standing on the portal. Excuse me? I'm standing on it. Okay, I need to actually think about what I need to do after this anyway, so... I have to go to the Digifarm. Digimon is awesome, but Gallantmon is just so damn cool. Gallantmon is also cool, but if, like in this game, I think, this game has Megidramon, maybe. I will always try to go for Megidramon first, before Gallantmon. Even though Gallantmon has Crimson Mode to reach for afterward, and I like having another Digimon to reach for, but Megidramon is just so cool. Is this... okay, so at this point, you may recall if you've played this, if you haven't, I got sucked into this world, I have no idea what I'm doing, and the Digimon are telling me how this world works, and there's a ranking system for tamers. There's Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Tamer King, which is obviously the best. And right now I have to prove that I'm a noble tamer to all of the Digimon, and basically now I'm in this dangerous place because my Digimon asked if I could go get them a piece of cake. And that's gonna prove that I am a noble tamer. Because I would go to great lengths to get a piece of cake for my Digimon in a dangerous place while killing other Digimon. Because I'm killing them. They are dying. Well, I normally get 2 encounters here anyway, so that's fine. At least from what I've noticed. I don't know if my movement is not super optimized, but I feel like it's fine. There's the cake. I'm grabbing the cake. Now there are some bullies that are gonna come say that my Digimon are super weak, even though they're not. They're really strong. Because I have those 2 level 35 Digimon that we did at the password machine. That's all of the number stuff I was doing. This is my 3rd time ever attempting the first half of this game, and I'm really trying to get better as fast as I can so that I can give you all the commentary I can about what's actually going on, because I love this game. My top 3 games are Digimon World 3, Digimon World 1, and this game, Digimon World 3 because I like the plot so much, Digimon World 1 because I like the VPET sim stuff, and it's kind of the same thing, and Digimon World DS because it has so many parallels to Digimon World 3, and the music from Digimon World 3 in some places. Yo, Kenny! How are you doing? It's so good to see you. I hope that you've been well. Tell me about what's going on in Kenny's life. Everything. I'm really tired, Kenny. Today I had a lot of students ask me about the inauguration, and I have to stay super neutral on everything because it doesn't matter what, air quotes, side you are on. People will find a way to email the principal about you, and it's hard. I'm still learning how to do all of that stuff. I really like the Legendary Gym. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. I think that music is from Digimon World 2, actually. But I've only played Digimon World 2 twice in my life, so I can't even remember. I know the Tamer battle music for sure is from Digimon World 2. I wish this track got reused in the other DS games. I don't like the battle track for Dawn and Dusk. It's boring to me. Okay, no more encounters, please. I already had 2. How long is a normal run of this game? Excuse me. Excuse me. On emulator, it's just under 3.5 hours, which is significantly shorter than Digimon World 3, which is why it is so appealing to me for the week. And then on an actual 3DS, which I have, for the Japanese version, it's a little under 3 hours, like barely under 3 hours. And I do have a 3DS, but I don't have the Japanese version, so I need to go buy it and then also come up with like a not horrendous way of showing my DS to you all. Because I really like the quality of what this looks like right now, but it's also slower. I guess I don't know if I'm really gonna care that much. We'll see once I really get to know this game in and out. I'm feeling a little bit better about the beginning, but the literal very beginning, I totally screwed up, so maybe not. But that can be fixed. I just want my movement to get better. That's not bad at all. It really isn't. It's not. And I like this game, so... I mean, I would hope that any game that somebody speedruns would be a game that they like, you know? I would be so miserable trying to speedrun, I don't know, what's a game I played that I just wasn't super into? Well, not even that. Even like a game that I like, but I don't like as much. Like Assassin's Creed, for example. I really like the Assassin's Creed series, but I don't know if I would ever consider speedrunning it. And I don't even know if I can explain why. But childhood games bring more replay value to me than games I played when I was like a teenager or in college. Not sure if that makes sense. I really like it, but you have to look up special quests. Digimon Quest to unlock them? In what? I know that you're talking to somebody else, but what game are you talking about? In Dawn? In Dusk? Dawn and Dusk? Yes. I still liked Dawn and Dusk, and we'll probably end up doing a speedrun of that too, but not now. Lavere. Is Lavere, Dude, are you streaming right now? Yeah, I get that. If I ever get to build a PC, please, Part Gods, make stuff available. I'd love to give speedrunning Minecraft or the Batman Arkham games a lot. That's awesome. If you speedrun Minecraft, do you know what version you would want to try to run? I like watching all runs, but 1.16 runs are kind of boring to me. I don't like the trading system. I liked how stuff was in 1.14. The updated Nether is just not super fun. So many runs are just dying because they can't find a fortress. Or trading is bad. I feel a lot better about my movement here. It's not hard to move through here, but optimizing things for the future is my biggest concern, I think. Because that's going to affect my encounters also. If I screw up movement super bad, or if I forget which path I'm supposed to go through, I'm gonna get hella encounters and waste a ton of time. UK didn't get it? Really? There was no Digimon World Dawn or Dusk in the UK? That's confusing. Did you guys get Digimon World Championship? Never would have known about DS Digimon games otherwise. That's awful. The DS Digimon games are some of my well, I was telling you earlier that this one's in my top 3. Please don't give me an encounter. Please, please, please. Yes! Okay, cool. Sometimes I will get one there if I don't walk right up to Agumon and speak to them. 1.15 or 1.16. Set seed glitchless. Set seed glitchless. Okay, cool. That's super neat. I like watching RSG runs, but set seed is fun to watch also. I'm confusion about where to split. Do I split at when the screen fades to black, or do I split after the experience screen? Okay, I'm gonna scroll down in my notes. So I have earned the rank of Bronze Tamer, Pog. Codemaster, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. And now I am going to meet my next observer so that I can become a Silver Tamer. For this entire arc of Silver Tamer, I have to go find missing people. Oh god. A lot of text. Much text. Doesn't split timing besides the last split depend on the runner? I don't know. But I would want it to be consistent with the other people that do this, because otherwise my split times, if I use theirs as a comparison, then mine will be off no matter what I do, if that makes sense. Oh god.
25 cheer 8 months button.
Raymond, Geo, thank you so much for 7 months? 8 months? Why? Nah, dude. That's too nice of you. 8 months. Button. Button around here means pog you. Oh my god, oh my god. I was stuck. Blanca Lamb, how are you doing? Me? I don't know what to do now. Oh yeah, I have to talk to Biomon. If I was reading what was actually happening, then maybe I would know that, because she literally just said that. I know she said that. Okay, and then I'm gonna get the address to Steamy Jungle, and then I leave and go there. If any of you, and there are a lot of you that are streamers, feel free to shout out your streams. I have no issues with people doing that. It's always nice. Maybe there's someone in the chat that's really looking for something and maybe you're doing it, so I really don't mind. Tell us when, what you're doing. It's probably much better than whatever I'm doing. Reading is overrated. It is. Unless oh! I'm losing time by not reading, but if I'm gonna do Japanese version stuff, I'm not even gonna be reading it at all, so I just need to remember. And it's in my notes, but I just totally ignored it. I'm a squirrel. Welcome to the stream. Super happy that you're here. Feel free to chill with us for as long as you want. A power charge? Nice. Power charge is an 18.25% drop chance. If you got like a water power S, I would probably crap my pants on stream. Raymond, any streams tonight? And again, I'm probably missing Aguchamp, thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate that you're here. Welcome to the stream. Feel free to hang out with us as long as you want. Aguchamp, that would be a good, like, prefix, Agumon Pog emote. I need to see if all of the champ variants are off of BTTV because of events that happened with Gutek. Does anybody know? Like Weird Champ or Pain Champ or Poggy might jump into Hacker's Memory. Hacker's Memory's sick. I was actually planning on doing a short stream soon, so I'll be back in a bit. Nice! What are you gonna do? You're gonna do SM64 again? Total nonsense! Welcome. Play Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy is the dark side? Does Wormmon always look so sad? That's how I look on a daily basis. I'm like the least approachable person. Shinobi! Yo, Shinobi. How are you doing? What is your Nindo way? BP Gaming, how are you doing? Yesterday I was supposed to stream because that is supposed to... Tuesdays and Thursdays are supposed to be my like, I'm 100% gonna do this today. Yesterday I didn't because Melissa and I had to do something important. Man, Wormmon does look super sad. Look at that. Feels bad, man. And I didn't make it home on time to start, and I couldn't do it. So I'm doing it today. I should be streaming tomorrow also. The same game. So I can get more practice in, and then I can eventually do like an actual for realsies run. I still haven't done the second half at all, so that's gonna be extra manga-esque when we get there. Which is Naruto with Melissa. Melissa and I have not watched Naruto together. She's not an anime person, but at the high school she works at, she is the anime sponsor, like the anime club sponsor, so she asks for my opinion on stuff all the time. She's like, can I watch Attack on Titan in my classroom? And I was like, oh, that's a tough one. Maybe not. I don't know, sweetie. I talked to Andromon now, right? Because we're gonna fight MT. Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Scroll down in my notes. Drink water? Thank you for reminding me. If I don't, then I will shrivel up into literally nothing. There will be none of me left. You will not see me. Ever. Again. I'm terrible at keeping a schedule. I just suck at it. Any tips? Oh man. I mean, obviously I'm not any better at it, so I don't want to, like, act like I know anything about it and then say things to you, but I used to have a set schedule. Over the summer I do, and I stick to it because I think of it almost like a job. Like, it doesn't matter what I'm doing unless I feel really insanely just terrible bad, mental health wise or physically. I will treat it like a job and go to work, so to speak. Yo, Dane! Very generous of you to raid me. Thank you so much. If you're coming in from Dane's stream, welcome. Super excited to have you here. If you have no idea what this game is, I would not be offended if you were like, what the hell is this? And then leave. Minecraftarian, thank you so much for the follow. Do you speedrun Minecraft? Because if you do, I will watch you. Except if you do 1.16. I'm just kidding, I would still watch. The trade rates make me sad. Dane, what were you doing? Watching me Doom 2016? Nice. Beautiful. Dane, do you have like an RTX... Do you have SLI RTX 3090s? Are you playing Zoom at 5,000 frames per second? It's a good benchmark. My internet crapped out. Interesting. That sucks. Mine does that all the time. I don't speedrun Minecraft, but I speedrun Doom. Really? That's sick! I love Doom speedruns. But I watch more of like retro Doom with Carl Jobst and all those dudes. I would not be opposed to watching Bethesda Doom speedruns. SLI is dead. I've never had SLI. Sevmir auto-tune. I can do that, I think. The original J-Mac. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Feel free to chill with us as long as you want. If you have no idea what this game is, if you came from the raid, I'm sorry. And then also, I would not be offended if you decided to leave immediately because this game is garbage. But also just garbage that I like. But yes, MT is in this game also, but this MT fight does not scare me. Check. I don't know if you can hear me over the game with this. Probably not. There's a lot of music. There's so much music. It's easier in Digimon World 3 because there's only music in so many places. Most of the time it's just wind noises or crickets. SLI 2 RTX cards. Not 3. Or 4. You can SLI 2 RTX 3090s. I don't have a 30 series card. I have a 1660. Not super. Just a plain 1660. I'm still grateful. It does what I need it to do. Except on Cyberpunk it doesn't. Like, nothing looks good in Cyberpunk. But at least I have you guys. Yeah, you have everyone here. Everyone here are the chillest people I've ever met. TBH. Really? I have a 2080 Super, which I'm perfectly happy with. No, I think I want to go for a 3070 or a 3060. I don't know about the TI, the 3060 Ti. I was looking at it. I tried getting it when... Very aggressive split. I tried getting it when it came out and it didn't happen. AMD or Intel. I have an i7 8700 chip, and if I could, I would get I would get the 1000, what is it? That was not right. What do I do now? Oh, I go to the sewers. Oh! My notes are wrong? Oh! I scrolled down too far in my notes. I see. No, I'm still confused, actually. Oh. I'm gonna do that again. No, I can't. Okay, damn it. I can't because I have the timer running. I forgot. I'm gonna keep it running. Stream up while I do some reading. Oh, you don't have to. You can exit out. I won't be offended. 2080 Ti. I feel good about upgrading my 1660 for sure, but I think I was super close to getting a 3070, a Founders Edition, even though it doesn't have the best temps. I still wanted it because I've never had a Founders Edition card. I've always wanted one, and I think that this one's the best looking out of all of them. A blood-sucking parasite. I mean, a lawyer. Beautiful. Dude, you can do SLI with that gig. With 4 of them, this channel is school appropriate. Oh, it's all good. Really, I don't say the F word, and I really don't curse that much. And it's not even like Omega Monka S words either. I do that mostly because I am an educator. Well, actually, I do it because I'm an educator, and there are students that are well aware I have this channel. And, like, they wouldn't say anything about it, but if their parent or guardian was watching and they heard me do something and they were like, who's that? And they said, oh, that's my teacher, like, it would just look really bad on me, and that's a reason for somebody to write a complaint. That happened with my first channel, actually. No, it's okay. Like, I don't want to say I don't care what you guys say, because to some degree I do. But I know that there was no ill intention with that at all, so I have no issues with it at all. There have been some people that have come in saying, like, extremely homophobic things, and I don't like that. And I feel Monka-S about that because of the intention. But if someone's just like, oh, that was so damn awesome, it doesn't really bother me at all. I shouldn't have added really, because it just doesn't bother me. Samed! Same Doom, Samed. I can call you that anyway. Same Doom. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. I don't understand why I don't know how to read, but welcome to the stream. Feel free to totally not watch this because this game is garbage. Except it's not. I actually really like it. Dana's the most wholesome person I've ever met. That's so sweet. I only swear very occasionally, and definitely not all the time. If I curse, I usually just say damn or crap or ass or something. I don't push it further, because then I will start feeling Monka-S about myself. I think I've said the S word that is synonymous with excretion, and I felt not good about it, and I was like, I need to delete this stream immediately. I play this game once a year, actually. I used to... no. That's how I was with Digimon World 3, which is the main game that I speedrun. This game, I put a lot of hours into it, for sure. Like, if I turned on my DS and I looked at my save, I would probably say many hours. But I definitely don't know this as well as I know Digimon World 3. Same Doom. Are you a Doom fan then? Enemy!
So glad to see you again.
Oh my gosh!
I've missed seeing your streams.
Oh man, dude. You are so generous and so genuine, and I am lucky to have you in my life as a friend and as someone I can look up to, as literally they are a pro gamer. Oh yes, I remember now. Enemy is so pog. If you think you're good at CSGO, you need to watch Enemy, because then you'll see what it means to be literally the pro gamer status that I've always wanted in my life. I tried getting that with Halo Reach. I was so good at Halo Reach. There's so much dialogue. There's so much. But I mean, that's why I liked it. I liked the story. Which is why I'm running this. I got to catch part of a Digimon run. Love this. Yo, Snake, how are you doing? Wait. I need to do this correctly if I'm gonna do this. No! I said correctly! In my defense, I did press forward twice. It just didn't register my second input, so I'm gonna do that again. Like a big girl. Okay. A huge fan of Dr. Doom? Got it. Love it. Not like this. Okay, so unfortunately for all of you people, I'm trying to work on getting better at the first half. Am I doing it? Probably not. But I'm trying. So once I get there, I'm probably gonna start over again. They recycled the Digimon World 3, yes! That's why I like this place. One, it's so linear. Actually, everywhere is linear, but there aren't any, like, stupid paths I could take to go the wrong way, really. And it's Digimon World 3. There's Digimon World 3 music a lot, actually, throughout this run. The battle theme and the sewer theme. Actually, that's it. Never mind. 2 things. I never noticed that. I noticed it as soon as it happened because I played Digimon World 3 like every day of my life. The battle theme. Like the theme for every wild encounter that you get in Digimon World 3. You'll hear it. Actually after this split you will hear it. I will tell you when. It happens for a split second in like a battle between Skull Greymon and Dark Tyrannomon, whom is Master Tyrannomon. Unless I'm wrong, but in this game, Master Tyrannomon is Dark Tyrannomon, and I don't know if that's on purpose, or if it's just because Master Tyrannomon is too big of a name to fit in that tiny text box. So if any of you know, feel free to name size Dark Tyrannomon. That's so stupid. It's not even accurate. There's a Digimon, oh god, in Digimon World 3 named Creepymon, which is not the name of that Digimon, actually. But I forget what it is. Creepymon has a different name, but I knew him as Creepymon because of Digimon World 3. And getting creeped out with the music. It is pretty creepy. Daemon! Yes, that's correct! I knew it started with a D. On the sewer and pheromones. The forest and the ruins. You're making me want to play Digimon World 3. But I can't! If I do, I won't stop. After this split is the Skull Greymon split, and that is where you will hear Digimon World 3 music for a short amount of time. Dang, this is literally ripped from Digimon World 3. It's not even different at all. It's exactly the same. I love it. They should have just recycled the entire soundtrack. The most precious? I thought Sukamon and Numamon were so disgusting as a child because they were eating the crap that my other Digimon would shit out after many days and years, apparently, of like just being there. That's gross. Okay, what is happening now? What do I do after this? I go to the mine. Do I go there immediately? Yes. Pew pew. Dabakio. I saw your intro earlier. I liked it. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I'm sorry if I ever skip anything in the chat. I'm not actually ignoring you. I just can't read. And my monitor setup is I have one monitor and everything is on one monitor and it looks insane. Like actually too cluttered and I can't even read. Cool. Cool. Ah! I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna get one. I wouldn't have gotten one if I didn't know that rock was gonna be like a hitbox wall. I'm good, how are you? I'm super tired, TBH. Also, I saw all of the drink waters. I will drink water. After the split, I will illegally pause my timer to drink water. because I need it. Stupid. Awful. Oh! That was fine, actually. Congress work hard to pass a law that makes it illegal for you to pause the timer. I know, I feel weird and gross for pausing. Congress never works hard. I love that. I feel super Monka about pausing the timer, but also not, just practice. And really just a way for me to see what my pace has been like. It's getting better. It is getting better, despite the mistakes that I've made. And that is nice. I am making less mistakes, and that is the whole point of doing this. Digimon World 3 music is coming up in like 2 screens. Actually, this is still Digimon World 3 music. Everything in here is Digimon World 3 music except for the battle stuff. Because there it is again. Me in the sewers. The admin center, worst split ever. Now, there is going to be additional Digimon World 3 music. When Master Tyrannomon gets over here. I'm about to go live. Yo, man. We'll probably raid you. Don't even do it. Don't even do it. Nobody needs to see me struggling through this. Nobody. Look at this. Dark Tyrannomon. I mean, it's fine. That's a name. It could have been BLK. Look! Pog. So pog. And now it's gone. Nice. Honestly, really does make me feel like I want to play Digimon World 3, and I can't. I cannot do it. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know, dude. I cannot do it throughout the week. I want to so bad. You don't even know. I love that game, dude. But I want to learn this. And actually get better at it. Telling them not to do it will make them want to do it more. I've noticed that about, like, even just speaking to my students. I'm like, yo, don't turn the page. They turn the page. Write your name at the top. Doesn't do it. Put the date on your paper. Doesn't do it. Just asking you to do a simple thing. Know who is best girl? Resident Femboy 321 wall, of course. Your PS2 is right there. I know, it was so crazy that I didn't... This is the first time in a long time I started to stream with my PS2 off and I thought I was doing something wrong. Okay, so now I think my tamer rank is gonna go up, yeah? Nice. This next arc, I really like. If you play this game, this is gonna be the Pogumon arc, where you get presented this Digimon that hates everybody, hates humans, and then you have to make it warm up to you and teach it that humans are cool and that friendship is awesome. It's beautiful. You have to nurture it so it can digivolve. And then I'm probably gonna do this section again. So if you hate that, you're more than welcome to skedaddle. Not that I'm kicking you out, it's just I am going to do it again once I am finished with it. I will do it afterward. Oh, I should have done it now. I'll do it. I'll do it when I get kicked out of here. Make sure you don't put anything on the timpani. Oh god. You brought up my most rage-inducing thing. I haven't had a problem with that this year at all, really, but previously, like normal school years, yes. Or just when people crank their drum heads so much to where they pull heads that are perfectly beautiful. Wasting money. Gotta trick them. Low snare tuning. Super low, super wet snare tuning. No, can you imagine? Low snare tuning with dry sound. I've heard that sound good in the past, for sure. But I grew up on cranked snare heads, and I still like them. And some people call that immaturity, because low drums can sound more clean, but I think that also sounds like a crutch. Pogumon's gonna run away from me. I've raged so hard when kids have done that. Popped heads trying to tune them on their own. So, out of curiosity, do you have pitch references for your top or bottom heads? Or do you just kind of like find the sweet spot? For me, I tune the bottom head to a C sharp or a D. And then the top head, I just crank it until I like it. And then I will match the other drums to whatever I like, if that makes sense. I don't have a tuning specific thing for the top head. And I'm sure that'll change, like my tuning regimen has changed within the past, like, 4 years. Ando! Robotnik, how are you doing? This is different. Also, hello. This is different. Sometimes different saves on my sleep schedule, because this isn't gonna take me 11 hours to finish. And just to clarify, with Digimon World 3, it doesn't take 11 hours to speedrun it. It takes about 6.5 if you're doing really, really well. But it also takes me realistically 1 to 4 hours to even get a run going, so it's too much of a time commitment to commit during the weekdays because of my job. And I've done this before where I have finished a run of Digimon World 3, and then I would turn the stream off and I would go to work. Digimon World and not Digimon World DS. There aren't a lot of, like, I haven't seen a single Digimon World DS stream in a long time. There's just, like, nobody watching that category, so I just put it in Digimon World so that if somebody's looking for Digimon content and they are looking in Digimon World, then they'll see it, because only the States and Japan got the Digimon DS games. The UK, Europe, I guess, didn't get this at all, from what I heard. I'll just leave it. Doesn't have a series category. That would be nice if it was just Digimon, because that's what I look for. Sometimes I'm not even thinking about, like, what kind of Digimon do I want to watch. Digimon World DS has 610, I think, people that are following the game, whereas Digimon World 1, I don't know how many people it has, but it is surely more than 610. Digimon World 3 has, I think, like 3,000 people? Excuse me. Just give me all the Digimon, please. That's how I feel. I tweeted at Bandai to put all of the Digimon games What are my goals for 2021? Speedrunning wise, or just like in life? Speedrunning wise, I'm sure this will happen pretty soon, of finishing a run of this after making sure that I optimize my own movement. So far we've done this. This is my 3rd time. And then I want a sub 7 in Digimon World 3. It almost happened like a handful of times last year, and I had like god runs at some point. Not because I was doing anything like in particularly different or good, it was just my luck was really, really good. I had a 208, like almost 207 counter crest most recently. That was insane. But I think I had to quit the run around 5 hours in because something happened. I didn't have EB at the time I needed it. I was off by a few levels, like 1 level, I think. I was off by 1 level, and that cost me everything for the Chimeramon fight. But it's all good. I like playing the game, so it hurts, but then the game always brings me back something that I feel like surpasses the old thing, but I don't know if anything is going to surpass 207 counter crest for me. Like, I've gotten it at 210, 209, 20, like high 208 before, but never 207. And I don't see it getting lower unless I sub to Digi-Egg. Which I almost did. I was like 2 hours and some seconds Digi-Egg. So I was close with a bad Bulbmon fight to boot. I think it wasn't a bad fight, it was like not sub 1 hour, and my PB Bulbmon fight was sub 1 hour by, I think it was like 58 minutes. Won't happen in one sitting. Yes, it will. Blanca Lamb actually just totally pogged and decided to play Digimon World 2003 in one sitting. And I believe they did it. I wasn't there the whole time because I don't have that kind of stamina. Maybe if I was playing, it would be different, but I don't think I could have done that. So props to them. Digimon World DS Nuzlocke when? That's a good question. If there was any mods for this game, I would absolutely do them. For fun. How long they took? I don't know. It took 23 hours, they said. 23 hours. I think that's even faster than what I've heard other people do. I think the last thing I heard was 27 hours, so that's really good. Congrats to you. And you took breaks, also. So I wonder, I mean, you should take breaks, but 22 hours. Countercrest is OP. In Digimon World 2003, Countercrest doesn't do nothing. It is so useless. Unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down to my notes so I know where I am. I'm not gonna overscroll this time so I don't follow future instructions. Countercrest is 50-50. Countercrest is like... It's like less than 50% for sure. Sometimes it feels like 25%. Just doesn't ever work. Multi-crest. You're just splitting up. With multi-crest, you're just splitting up the actual attack damage that you would be doing into 3 different animations, so it's taking longer for the same amount of damage that you would normally do. So like if you normally do 700 damage, divide that by 3, and then that's what it would say, like something times 3 equals 700 damage. That's the damage you would be doing. I really hope I even know where I'm going. This feels... I feel something with this. Something is happening. Is it good? I don't know yet. That's my fault. I've never seen this game before. Yo, Silver! How's it going? This game is awesome. And if your ultimate mega level Digi multi-crest actually makes you do less damage. Oh god. It really sucks. I mean, the animations look cool. I like seeing my Digimon do different animations in the same... You know? It's cool. But it unfortunately is not going to help with the speed of finishing the game as fast as you possibly can. But you don't have to even do that unless you actually want to run the game, I guess. Because it's just a great game to enjoy. Maybe someday I will enjoy the game again. How are you, and how is this new year so far? The new year actually, TBH, started off really rough for me, but you just gotta keep moving forward. My mom has like a fractured knee, so been having to do a lot of stuff with that. It freaked me out a little bit because, well, I don't know. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to kill the vibe. But it's still not good. She's doing better, but I don't know. Like she'll be fine. There's nothing majorly health wrong with her, and she also, this is a good thing, she got both of the Pfizer vaccination for COVID, so I'm really happy about that. I'll get mine. I will wait as long as I need to get mine, but I'm definitely gonna get mine, and I'm gonna do Pfizer, I think, because the other one, you have to wait 4 weeks, and Pfizer, I think you wait 3, because that's what my mom did. Christian Dart, resident artist, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Silver. She'll be fine. They gave her crutches, but she... Can I just attack? I think I can. They gave her crutches, and she just doesn't want to wear them, which is stupid. She should be wearing them. A little bit tired. Me too. I am hella stupid tired right now. But we're gonna be here. We're gonna have a good time. I am gonna get better at this game eventually. Actually, I can already see a lot of improvement from where I've been, so I feel good about it. Shogun Gekomon, unless I crit Omega big time, is not gonna die from this. But they'll die after my next attack. No, you're not gonna die. Do you have a big stupid crit? No, you're not gonna die. I haven't had time to even draw something. I saw like your posts on Instagram though. Are those not recent? Are those just like old art? The battle music is nice. It is! I'm gonna be consistent with how I split for now, but I think I'm gonna maybe try splitting when the screen fades to black before the experience screen. Okay, let me scroll down in my notes. I need a muse. A muse? You know what I always think about anime because I'm a nerd. And if you watch anime, you're also a nerd. But that's not a bad thing. That's like the coolest thing you could do. I started a few days ago this anime called The Wandering Witch. Wandering Witch, The Tales of Elena or something. The first episode was so cute. Very typical, happy, nice, magic witch anime. And then at some point, there was an episode about like strangling a child and a lot of blood and blood coming out of people's eyes and stuff, and I was like, wow. This is not even... What is this show? It is so weird. I can't... It's so weird. It's a slice of life. It's not supposed to be gory at all. It's just a story about like a witch that is traveling around the world. And it was really cutesy for like 3 episodes. Okay, what did I just do? I just fought Shogun-Gekomon, and I just talked to Ellie, and now I have to go back to the sewers. Okay, I always forget this part. I blank out here all the time. Really cute first few episodes, and then suddenly there's something about trigger warning, the S word that has to do with not good things, inflicting pain upon yourself. There was an episode about killing like a family member. It was so weird. What are we talking about, Monka S? There was this anime I started a few days ago. I finished it yesterday. Called The Wandering Witch, The Tales of Elena or something. I watched it originally because there are lesbians in it, and I will watch any anime with a lesbian in it. So I thought it was supposed to be cute, and it was for a little bit, but then it turned into something absolutely insane. I mean, not even on the level of like Pulamagi Madoka Magica, if you've seen that, where it doesn't ever really feel lighthearted to me. It feels like there is a genuine progression, but since this is a slice of life, it's just super random. Like, she's traveling to different countries, she's meeting different people, some of it's really cute stories, and some of it is about, like, strangling children, and I don't understand. The art looks like super cute anime. Watch it, maybe, and tell me what you think about it. That is The Wandering Witch. You can find it that way. I can't tell if there's supposed to be a second season or not. It's 12 episodes, one of those really short gigs. I just hate how Madoka ended. Meaning the ending of the show or the ending of Rebellion. Because I believe Rebellion is like the true ending, air quotes, even though there's supposed to be more. There's supposed to be like a new Madoka project happening very soon, I think. Also, for some reason, I don't know how this happened, but I guess I mapped this at some point. I have this as a sound cue. I don't know why I have this. Oh shoot. My D-pad's messed up. Do you know what that is? Konosuba? Konosuba? I never know how to say it because I haven't seen it, but I know it's like, it's exactly the genre of something that I would like. Getting sucked into a world and then figuring stuff out. I just haven't watched it. Because it's long, isn't it? Isn't it long? Attack on Titan? Yeah, I don't know why I have that as my sound sample. I don't know how that got there. I just was doing, like, work. I was grading, and then I pressed 5, and then that sample played. Attack on Titan is sick. Yo, right now, I'm I'm really excited to see the rest of the season animated. I think Mappa is doing, like, it's so nice. I like the 2D animation, but then we go to the CGI stuff, and I understand that 2D Titan fights, as good as they look, they take a hell of a lot of time, but I like the 2D Titan fights. I really like the 2D Titan fights. Wit did a nice job at paying attention to quality with all of those Titan fights, because that's partially what I'm there for. Story's cool, but the Titan fights are also what I'm there for. Yo, Clint with the sick beats, how are you? Excuse me, A button. Missed? Getting sucked into a world and figuring stuff out. Just anything that has to do with that is the best. It is the best. Do I go to the farm? No. I go to Baihumon. I go back to Baihumon. Eyes have hills, how are you doing? Or I shave hills. Because that's what you like to do, right? Lots of anime out there have you sucked into a different world. I think Re:Zero was the most interesting one. I haven't seen Re:Zero yet, but I know I like the opposite, the other girl, more than the girl that he likes. And I think that's just because I saw her more. I'm sure if I watch it, maybe I'll think differently. Dennis, how are you doing? What's up, Dennis? Good to see you. I saw you in another Digimon stream yesterday. I just don't remember where. It's all a blur. After I watched that Wandering Witch stuff. That was so weird. Wandering Witch actually screwed me up. Hey. How's the run going? I have made mistakes, as I suspected I would, but it's gotten a lot better. Like, my times are reflecting that it is getting better. I'm not saving my practice times because I want my total play time to be total actually speedrun time. I don't want it to be like total practice time and stuff. But I'm liking it so far. It's getting better every time we do it. And I'm gonna do this part again once I get to Chimeramon and start from the beginning and try to correct some more of my mistakes. Oh! Jared, Jerdy TV. Jared, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate it, man. You are the sickest human being. Also have the best hair. If you like World of Warcraft, which there has to be many of you, there has to be, go check out Jerdy TV. I think, if I am thinking about this correctly, that they should be hitting affiliate after that stream. Flat Player, yo! How's it going? Much love, Chels. Dude, much love to you. I would say that we're wearing the same pants, but I'm not wearing pants right now, I'm wearing shorts. I had to finish that statement with the shorts thing because otherwise I'd sound like an e-girl, and we're not gonna do that. Does anybody really? I will not judge you. I won't. Because everyone likes what they like, but does anybody really enjoy watching e-girl streamers? Please. I just can't. I can't do it because... Not because of like a weird... I'm confusion. Jared, thank you for the raid. I appreciate you, man. I already told you that I did, but I'm confusion why that even happened. If you're coming from Jared's stream, Jared is so pog, and you don't need to be here because this stream is not going to be nearly as pog as Jared's was. But you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want. I know this is completely different from World of Warcraft, but... yeah, there's nothing else I have to say about that. Is this game related to Digimon World 3 story-wise or different everything? This game has a lot of parallels to Digimon World 3, but there's nothing about it that is connected, unfortunately. I wish that it was, That would mean a lot if it was. But I need to optimize my movement. And it's getting, like, worse? No, it's getting better. Just that was really stupid, what I did. Like, I'm remembering now where to go. I'm getting less encounters because my movement is getting better, and that's probably the biggest thing I'm worried about, is my movement. I couldn't do an e-girl stream, especially when they're acting ditzy. Yeah, I don't like that. Like, it's just not... I don't hang around people who are naturally like that. I feel like e-girl streams are very much like... Even outside of the stream, even if they're playing a character, it just feels very much like I want to be the center of attention for absolutely everything. And that's not the kind of people that I hang around in my day-to-day life. It's cringe, as Eyes Have Hills have said. It makes me cringe. Because, one, if they do act like that in real life, that's cringe to me because I don't hang out with people like that. And two, it's also cringe because you probably aren't like that in real life. So, what are you doing? Yo, Flap. I think I said hi to you earlier, but if I didn't, I said your name in my head. But I don't watch anything after season 3. You don't have to even watch anything. Just don't watch TV, Jared. There's nothing on there anymore. Except... No, there's some stuff on there. Spiro! If I need some background noise, I usually go for things that require 0 attention. That's why I watch them. And tier 3 sub them. Yo, nice! Do e-girls... Did they make good background noise? I wonder. I do not want to simp. Yeah, no one has to do that. I feel so bad for the people that I see simping in the e-girl channels because you have to know that that personality is never gonna make it back to you in a nice way. Unless it has, like... I would... Why did I do that? I would be more than happy if somebody proved me wrong on this. Really, I would. You can tell me I'm wrong. How's the run been doing? I have made mistakes. But it's getting better. I can tell by what my times look like. So I'm happy about that, at least. Huh? Okay. And then after I make it to the Chimeramon split, I'm gonna start over and do it again up to Chimeramon so I can get as much practice with the beginning as I can. I need to be as optimal as I can with my movement, and then also just like muscle memory, knowing where I need to go without really thinking about it, if that makes sense. That's what I do for the first 30 minutes of Digimon World 3. I'm not even really thinking. I'm just moving. That doesn't sound good or productive, but it is. Not to mention, I watch you because I think you're totally honest with what you think and do. Not to mention your music teaching skills. Aw, gee. Christian Dart. I mean, I would hope that if I met any of you in real life, you wouldn't think I was any different. Because I don't think I act any different. Even when Melissa watches me, she's like, "You're just you." I'm like, okay. Thanks. Is that bad? That's what I do with all my runs. What do you do with all your runs? Optimize your movement? Chelsea's a weirdo, but a cool one. Thank you, Jared. Melissa is awesome and cool. She really is. She is everything. Okay. So... Okay. Why did that happen? Yuji. I'm talking to Yuji because Yuji is gonna give me the address to Ancient Canyon, where we're going to right now. And then I have one more split after this, and we'll be at Chimeramon. And then I'm gonna take like a break, or not a long one, but just chilling with you guys here. Maybe checking out other people's streams. And then I'll start the next... I remember when I saw Melissa on that one thing. Yes, actually... Okay, so let me... not clarify, I don't know. I don't know how to speak anymore. I'm very tired. So Melissa and I were both on Tinder, right? And, like, I deleted the Tinder app, but I didn't delete my profile. Not because I was like, oh, there's gonna be someone else, but just because I wasn't thinking about doing that. But Jared had, like, matched with... Did you match with her? I think it's because we were both doing something on Tinder. We were looking for somebody, and I think she knew that I knew you or something. Because I told her, like, oh, he's the guy that I always have pants with. We always have the same pants. It was stupid. We don't do that anymore. But actually, not that long ago, my friend... One of my friends from high school messaged me and was like, hey, I don't want to start anything, but, is this your girlfriend? And he didn't match with her or anything. It was just like he was scrolling and saw her. And it was a picture from multiple years ago. And I was like, yeah, that's my girlfriend, but I think... She doesn't... I know that she doesn't have the app because... I'm on her phone all the time, not because I'm sus of her, but just because I take her phone and I take pictures of myself, or I play games on her phone. I know she doesn't have it. And I thought it was super sweet that he did that because this friend of mine who I grew up with since middle school, we were both in band together. He played the tuba, I played percussion, so we were always talking because percussion's in the back, tubas are in the back, but he grew up to be like, he was always like this, but super conservative, right-wing Trump supporter, which is like, you do you, you know. I was just, I just started having a different mindset, became politically conscious, formed my own opinions on things, but he has really strong opinions about things, and the fact that he did that was super cool to me because one of the things he said after that, when I told him it wasn't anything he had to worry about, he was like, I just wanted to make sure that you knew because I don't want anyone to cheat on my friends. And I was like, I could be friends with someone that has a politically different opinion on me than me. Yeah, it was nice. You hit all the... Hold on. You hit all of the check marks for affiliate? Yo, Jared, big congratulations. That is so hard. I can't even explain. I'm sure you know, but... Congrats to Jerdy TV for hitting affiliate and meeting all of the check marks. That's awesome. Twitch will send you an email saying, like... saying something, but they'll send you an email to complete onboarding, so you can fill out like your tax information and stuff, and then you can do your emotes, and you can. It's so cool, dude. I'm so excited for you. I'm gonna wait for you to blow up, and then you're gonna have one of those Twitch commercials. Coke Gaming. Coke Gaming. You've been invited to the Twitch partnership program. Why does Coke Gaming get to decide who invites people to the Twitch partnership program? I was not clear on that. What was that noise? I don't know, I think I did something stupid. I ran into a bush or something. Some of the items on the floor, it's not super clear what I can walk over and what I can't, but that was obvious that I could not walk over it, so that was just my fault. more movement stuff, and then I will look at chat more closely. Code Gaming doesn't decide who gets partnered. What? They were a sponsor. That was it. Oh, I see. I don't know. I was so far away from doing anything on Twitch that I just thought I would get partnered by having 2 viewers, and then I would get a lifetime supply of Coca-Cola, which is my favorite soda. Okay, I'm almost there. When I see that thing, that structure, then I know I am almost there. Coca-Cola dance game? Really? Are you a Pepsi person, or do you just not like, soft drinks, sodas? The main thing I said was you don't even need to focus on me, just have me on your accounts as a view. I just learned not that long ago that even if someone mutes your tab, that it still counts as a view. And I'm like, eh? Really? That's pretty cool. I love Dr. Pepper, but I'm a huge Coca-Cola fan. I prefer Pepsi, but I don't really drink any of those dark sodas anymore because they're too sweet. Pepsi is too sweet, like, I still like it, but Pepsi is sweeter than Coke, so maybe you would like Coke more? Give you a stomach ache. I went to a Pepsi college, so I never understood the difference between Coke and Pepsi my entire life until I went to college, because then it made sense. Okay. If they mute the tab, it counts as a view. What just happened? Oh. That's okay. Bing, bing, bing. Okay. But Chelsea, you don't seem far off. No, for partner you need like an average of 75 or something. Which, I don't know, it just depends, man. Lots of text, lots of text. And then I'm gonna do it all over again. There's one more split that I have to do, and then I will start over. But I'll take a break. Why I have 1 viewer but several chatters? There's like also lurking channels like Twitch viewer or something. I don't even know what they're called, TBH. Cannot even think about what they're called at this moment, but whenever I look at who's in my chat when I'm not live, there's always 1 or 2 of those lurker channels. She deserves it. Deserves what? I only deserve a sleep schedule that makes sense. That's the only thing I feel like I should be able to have. Just a bunch of bots doing bot things. Very nice. Are they really bots? Because there was, like a year ago, I would see this channel in my chat all the time, and it was like, it was literally called Lurker. And this was back when you could see channel views. Boomin925, thank you so much for the follow. Super excited to have you here. Feel free to chill with us for as long as you like. Sleep, Dan's game. Not sure what's up with the lurker channels, because even people like the lurker, twitch.tv/lurker had a ton of channel views, and I guess that's what it was for, like botting yourself into people's channels so that they would click on you and get channel views, but they took that away, maybe to promote not doing that. I don't know. If you are a partner, Twitch will pay you monthly. I don't think they pay you monthly, but you get, I think, 2 lifetime subscriptions. So like I could give Melissa one, I could give somebody else one, kind of thing. But I don't think they just, like, give you money. Autobots roll out. Sleep Dan's game. Dude, sleep is so precious. I did not appreciate it enough when I was younger. Not that I'm super old or anything now, but still, like, younger. I'm gonna look at my chat list after this, and then I'll see if I can point out some of those lurker channels that I always see. Surprising. That was really surprising. I didn't get an encounter that whole time. Which means either my movement was good for the last few screens, or I was just really lucky. I think I was really lucky. There was my movement, like, the past 2 or 3 screens was nice, but before that was Monka. Very much so. But the good thing is that, at least for this first half of the game, I go back to these areas multiple times, so I can get better at them quicker. Nice, 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 nice. They should have used Digimon World 3 music here also. Missed opportunity. Hit him where it hurts. Would I count as a lurker? I think anybody that just keeps the stream on counts, but I don't know if it counts for raids, because I usually, like, when I start the raid, it says 1, and I'm like, that's not right. But then you give it a second, and then the number goes up. But I don't know if it takes everybody. I don't know how that works. Finding a community or two to be active in really helps if you're looking to grow. So luckily for me, I had discovered a group called minibuffs when it was still young and small. It is much bigger now. Like, huge. It is huge now. And I don't know if it would have been as effective for me if it was as big as it is now. But because I was so active in that group on Facebook and on Discord, I wasn't doing it to, like, make myself famous. It was just because chatting with other streamers about, like, what the progress that they're making and seeing the progress that other people have made with their streams has been so amazing the past year. What is happening? I go back to the farm. But those same people that I met a year ago are the people that have been in here gifting subs, and the same people that show up in this chat all the time. Like, they are incredible people, so if I can recommend you any group that is not like Reddit, Twitch startup, subreddit, it would be minibuffs, and you can find information on them underneath my stream if you're on your desktop, or if you're on mobile, you can click my about section and you'll see all of my panels, and you can just scroll and find minibuffs. It should have the link to the Discord, their website, and also there is a Facebook group that you can request to join, and I can accept you because I happen to be one of the mods, although I feel like I don't deserve it anymore because I haven't had the time to be as active as I want to be with them. I used to be extremely active, but I just can't anymore. I really don't deserve it. Streaming mobile games? Sick. We have people that do that. There's one guy in particular I can think of that streams mobile games and is really big on it, actually. Excuse me, D-pad. No. I would have gotten an encounter anyway, but I'm using an Xbox controller, so it's kind of Monka. It should be better with an actual DS, but I don't know. Excuse me. Melissa, what are you singing? It was good. Can you do it again? That's really good. Are you sure you don't know what that is? I don't know what it is either, but it sounds like a real thing, or you're just really good at making up songs. It was really good. Oh! I know what you're talking about now. Is it like... Have you seen Madagascar? Okay, yes, is it that slow motion thing? Okay. Okay, dudes. Sorry. So, Oh! Hold on. I need to mute. The first thing I saw when I looked back at the chat. I'm sorry, that was confusing. I'm on the phone with Melissa. Again, I always make sure that I talk to her because I always need her to know that she comes first because she supports what I do so much to the point where I feel like I don't even deserve it. But that was so funny. Arg! Arg! Okay, so at this point, this is half of the game. And my time is better. My time is better than what it has been in the past. But there are a lot of things I can still improve. So I'm gonna start from the beginning again. But before we do that, I'm gonna like take a break and chill for a second. Pause this timer, do this. Pause that so I can make it stop. I'm sorry that took so long. What is this? Getting the early reset practice in. Absolutely. So, how I practice, East Coast is best coast, but also sleep is important. Total nonsense. Yeah, for sure. Go get some rest. Thank you for... I saw your comment earlier while I was on the phone. The fact that you stick around even when I don't know what I'm doing. The fact that all of you do that is really a lot to me. I still can't tell you after all of this time what makes a good streamer, but I hope I can have some semblance of that and make sure that everyone's having a good time because that's what I'm getting out of this. If you haven't streamed ever before in your life and you've ever thought about doing it, just do it. You don't need a webcam. You don't need this. No one needs to see me. Why am I in this? I shouldn't be. I should just take it out. No one needs to see my face. You don't need this thing. You don't need this pop filter. You don't need a mic. It would be actually good if you did. But you could use a headset mic like this. This is a mic. But I just flip it up because it looks kind of cringe because it lights up. Cringy. I'm going to drink water now. And then I'm going to check in on some other Digimon streams like we do sometimes. Okay, how do I do that? So this is what my desktop looks like. It's very cluttered. This is how I'm reading chat, so I can't even see it. Kind of sort of can, but my notes are over here. We just finished with Chimeramon. I'm gonna scroll back up. And if any of you want these for any reason, there's probably better notes online somewhere, but I can put these somewhere if you want them. And then I have the game here, and then my chat's here, so I can kind of glance at it and read. And then once it gets up here, I can't see anything, basically. Time to hydrate. My timer's way over here, because I usually have it closer, like about here, so I can glance at it and see what my pace is. Is it cool if I post a link in the Banhall channel and at you in it? Yeah, you could, for sure. You can do anything in there. Not really. Not anything. But you understand what I mean. Like, I don't mind if anyone ats me. I have no problem with getting pinged. I usually have my timer over here, but I don't because I need to see my audio and make sure it's never too low over the game audio. Because if I play this and we just observe, this is what my audio looks like. So usually about there I can tell it's probably okay because I'm not going to talk like this all the time. I'll talk maybe down here and then that's about as low as it gets. If that makes sense. That's what I do for marching band stuff too. But yeah, I just have it chilling over here. But I'm going to move it out of the way in a second when we check out other Digimon people in a second to support streamers because we like to do that. Well, I like to do that. I don't know if anyone else likes to, but and then also if you want to be a complete scam, cheater, you can do what I'm doing. And instead of getting a green screen and having to set it up and all of this stuff, you can get RGB lights. I have 4 in my ceiling fan, and all of them are set to green. So I chroma keyed myself into this, and you can maybe tell, let me see. You can kind of tell that it's not the best, but it does, like, it works to a really good degree, I think, in comparison to the cost of what it could be. Before, what I did was, how do you do this again? Backgrounds and filters. Ew. I used to have this, but check this out, like, I start getting spliced, kind of. It looks disgusting. I used to do this also, but then the same thing would happen. Like, I would start glitching out. So if I just have it set to this and all of my lights are green, then it works out super nice. I totally did not read chat for the whole time that I did that. Self-made music. Self-made music, yeah, heck yeah. I love music. If that wasn't clear. You can't see Gilmon. He's so cute. Except for that satanic toy that I showed you guys the other day that speaks on its own. A dual monitor will totally help you with this. Yes, I ordered a second monitor that is exactly the same as this one, but that was almost really bad. Really bad, almost. Almost really bad. I'm not leaving that there. Put over here. Okay. Well, now you see what this looks like. I ordered the thing from Amazon and then it said it was undeliverable. So I guess somebody broke it and they... What just happened? This is not... Oh my god. I'm just gonna get rid of my timer for now. And then I'll put this somewhere. Who is doing stuff? Okay. This is probably my favorite Minecraft speedrunner to watch. Illumina. I watch him a lot. Wait. Oh, we're looking at me. That's why it looks so jank. Sorry. I don't understand what's happening. I guess he's looking for
It would seem that
the Nether Fortress. I really like watching Illumina. It makes me want to speedrun RSG. Oh!
Okay.
It's right there. Cool. I like watching Cheese. I like watching a lot of people. This guy is a Digimon person also. He was streaming Digimon World Dawn and Dusk. I think Dusk specifically.
I wish I knew how to do Pharaoh's route.
Oh my god, it's my friend.
I thought his fight was gonna be like way tougher.
So this is 321 Wall, who you have seen many times chilling in my streams. So I'm gonna... You're gonna see some Monka-S stuff in a second, sorry. Shout out. Go give them a follow. So that we can support their streaming endeavors.
We're gonna attempt week 4 on hard.
I'm not sure what they're doing though.
I was able to get to the first 2, but no.
Oh, it's a rhythm game?
Really hard.
I love rhythm games.
It makes sense for the character. Yeah.
You are so cool.
I'm gonna attempt this. Hopefully I can even get this again.
What is this?
You are so cool. Chelsea, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be streaming.
Huh? You do that with your keyboard? Okay, wait. So do you use the arrow keys for everything? Wait, no, that doesn't. So what, I use WASD and the arrow keys or something? I'm sure I can map it differently, right? Is this a duet? Oh, I guess it is. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna try it. No, I can't do it. I'm already lost. I am already lost. No, I'm definitely wrong. Friday Night Funkin'. Is that a game? It has to be. That's pretty cool. Ooh, triplets. Let's see who else is streaming. Lavere is streaming. They came by earlier. Toyoski. We caught Toyoski when... Where'd they go? We caught Toyoski when they were playing Digimon World 4.
Character image thinks.
Yo, FaZe!
You're talking.
How are you doing?
Oh, my avatar. yeah. Just catching all the keyboard.
There's
ASMR.
Demonic, who was in the stream literally a few minutes
Might as
ago.
well, so far, the week 5 normal, so all of them have.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I might go back for it.
Okay. Demonic, they're doing... Oh, yes, I remember now. So, I was not streaming, and then I randomly saw Demonic playing Digimon World 3, and I was just chilling. And then they followed me back, which they didn't have to. But they're pretty neat. If you like Digimon World... No, that's not correct. If you like Digimon Cyber Sleuth, you can go give them a follow because they're streaming it right now. Or you can watch them instead of me playing Digimon World DS. I would not be offended. Blanca Lamb, who was in here a while ago, is playing Digimon World 2003. There is a difference between 2003 and Digimon World 3. So if you're interested in seeing Digimon World 3, which is the game I usually play, you can go check them out. They're super neat. Okay. Let's see. Digimon. Look, there we are. Next order. Who is this? Becoming America's next top tamer. Cute. I like that. I don't understand why we didn't get the post-game content. It was in the Japanese version as well. That's a good question. It happened literally a month later too, so... Part of me is like... Would it really... Did they intentionally leave it out? Because they would just assume that we would not want to play through the entire game. Because the post-game is like... I don't really want to spoil it for anybody. I'm about to say what the post-game is, so... Spoilers right now. The post-game is fighting the same bosses that you already fought, only in 2 sectors. You're only allowed to go to the sector that you start in and South Sector. You can't go anywhere else. Which I think is kind of bogus. They're all just chilling around that sector, and then you fight the true boss at the end. Keith. Not Keith. Why did I say that? It's because this person's name is Keith on my notifications. You fight Kurt, Lucky Mouse. And it's all of the same Digimon that you've already seen. Like, there isn't anything that's new content there. They didn't add anything new.
I desperately need you to focus fire.
Becoming America's Next Top. A variety streamer. Do they stream Digimon a lot?
Alright, heal up.
Do they like Digimon?
Heal up, get
Sometimes people play Digimon and they like don't really know Digimon, if that makes sense. But
I'm gonna save the 50 for a self heal. Oh shit. School appropriate. Thank you for the follow. Let's go.
Digimon is kinda neat, I think.
Get agitated, homie. Get mad.
I like the chroma key thing here. It's pretty cool.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to swing to the best of your abilities.
Okay. Phantomiosha. Phantomiosha.
Why are you both like this? He's back there! Stop changing targets, I beg of you! He just needs to die! Please!
I feel like the fighting system in Digimon World 1 and this game it just kind of sucks. So it's a boss rush kind of deal? Yes, exactly. Eyes have hills, but still, like, you can chill with your Digimon that you spend so much time building up, or like, in my case, I built up Metal Garurumon and War Greymon, but I didn't do it enough to get Omnimon, so I couldn't go back, unless I had, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, it's very not satisfying the way that the NTSC U version ends. They made it way better in Next Order. Does Next Order have a new... Does Next Order have a new game plus?
Galgamon, we're gonna have a fucking talk.
Ah! I have to leave now. I gotta get out of here. I can't have the F word around me. Okay. I will go back to doing what I was doing now. But it doesn't end with like the original world does. Got it. Got it. Okay, I have to fix my entire stream again now. Because I moved everything and you saw how jank my setup was. And I also need to get my timer back because I sacrificed it. Okay. Then also I need to do something else. I can't see nothing. Okay, I'm gonna start over now. Open ROM. Wait, that's not correct. Load state from first movement. Okay, wait. I can't do that. Because then the timer is not going to be accurate. I have to do it from literally the beginning. Load state from reset. With C. I don't want to be C. I'll be S. No, not CS. S. Save state as reset. Okay, now I gotta check my sound. It's fine, right? I don't think I changed it. Unless I did. It's probably fine. Just let me know. I'll fix it. Cool. Neat. This is gonna be really random, but I need to see if this works.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get in.
Okay. I just needed to see that that worked. Don't ask me why I have it. You can ask me anything, actually. Okay, I'm doing the beginning again. Yada-dum. Okay. If you weren't here for the beginning of this, this is Digimon World DS. It is in my top 3 favorite games. Well, my top 3 favorite Digimon games, and maybe my top 3 favorite games of all time. The beginning of this is I'm just some random kid in a school computer lab googling what a Digimon is because I've heard about them from somewhere. And I get this email. It says, want to open the door to the digital world, and then I get sucked into a computer, and now I'm a part of it against my will. Which is basically what my fantasy was as a child. I wanted to be a Digimon tamer more than anything as a kid. So here at the beginning, this is like the very first area that you can grind your Digimon at. Very first map with the tutorial battle and all that stuff, so I don't know why I spawned here, of all places. But right now, I'm kind of observing Digimon giving a Digimon lesson about Digimon, so... After I spam through all of this text, I am gonna follow this group into a portal because I don't know what else to do, and I guess I would do the same thing if I was in this situation. I have no idea what I'm doing, and then a bunch of really nice Digimon help me, and they're like, yo, maybe you should head that direction. Maybe someone can explain to you what you're doing here. And kind of against my will, I wasn't really given a choice of like, can I just be a person living here until this gets fixed? They just kind of told me, like, this is the way our world works. You're gonna have to figure it out. This is how the tamer system works, and yeah, see you around. Bamboo 98, how's it going? How are you doing today? So yeah, this is like our home base. Terriermon, who's speaking to me right now, is helping me out with why I'm here and like where I am, what I'm supposed to do next. Super helpful, so I would really appreciate Terriermon if I had gotten sucked into the Digimon world, or honestly, this kind of reminds me of when I started high school or when I started college, because there was someone that was there to like help me process what I'm supposed to do and get through it. And then this asshole just kind of bumps into me, saying it was my fault, after running like a maniac down that hill. So I realized that there are other humans in this world who are also aware of what Digimon are, and this dude is about to show off his Digimon farm, which I guess is supposed to be impressive. He's really into Beast Digimon, make of that what you will. I've played all the Digimon worlds, but didn't know about this one. You must be in the UK, maybe possibly. Or like, do you usually play PAL versions of things? Because I guess there wasn't a PAL version of this. Also Juan, welcome to the stream. Super happy to have you here. It's better than Digimon World and Digimon World 3? This is like my third favorite Digimon game. Digimon World 3 is the game that I usually speedrun, but because it takes me a minimum of like 11 hours to get a run going and then actually finish a run, I can't do it throughout the week just because of my job. But if you want to see Digimon World 3 speedruns, you can check us out on the weekends. my top 3 Digimon games are Digimon World 3, Digimon World, and then this game. This is definitely my favorite handheld Digimon game ever, so you would enjoy this for sure. I am confident that you would enjoy this. So now they call him CV Angemon in this game just because the names are not going to fit in the text boxes, and that's how I'll refer to him. But they're explaining, like, what I can do to make good on my time here. There's also Dawn and Dusk, not as good, but still fun. Yeah, I didn't think they were as stellar as this game was. I don't know how I felt about being like an agent and doing missions, which is probably why I didn't feel so stellar about the Cyber Sleuth stuff either. Not that it's a bad game, I still played it. Digimon Adventure. There's a PSP game for Digimon Adventure. I haven't played that one, actually. Because I think at the same time when there was an English patch for that, I was playing Digimon Redigitize English patch. And I think I preferred that one anyway. That was the weirdest movement I've ever done in my life for any game I've ever played. Farm was the one thing I never got into. Oh god. Nastu Dragon, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to chill with us as long as you want. Okay, after this, I got my first Digimon. I'm supposed to go back to that room I was just in so I can go talk some more with the higher-ups about what I'm supposed to do. But I'm gonna input a bunch of passwords, and I need to think about what those even are. 420... Nice. 420, 1600... 2... 104070002... 104070002... 1... Oh, 0407002. It's weird because this number pad is the opposite of what my number pad looks like on my computer. 2000630, right? Okay. Isn't there a Digimon mobile game? There is. There were 2 of them. There was Digimon Lynx, which was like not super great. And then there is Digimon Rearise, or Digimon Realize, I guess. Good game. I like it. I was playing that non-stop the week it came out, and I was still playing it non-stop for about like a good few months, but I haven't played it as much. How complete the Digidex, KK? I will not be doing that with the speedrun, unfortunately. But if that is your goal, and you stream it, I will watch you do it. Rontara, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. T, how are you doing? Always good to see you. Are you gonna try Digimon Survive when it eventually comes out? 100%, yeah, for sure. I am super excited for that because the last tactical RPG that I played was Bleach: The Third Phantom for the DS. And I like those kinds of games a lot. Link already closed the server though. Yes, they closed their servers before Rearise came out. I still have the app just to look at it saying that the servers are gonna close, which is sad and probably unnecessary. I'm always excited for Digimon exploring a new genre, except kart racing. I never had the Game Boy game growing up. Sorry, there's something coming up I have to remember. Okay, I did it this time. I didn't accidentally menu. Digimon Crusader. That's true. There was also Digimon Heroes. Digimon Heroes was advertised in like... I think in Digimon World Next Order there was like a slip of paper in there and it said download Digimon Heroes, but I don't know what that is. I don't think I ever downloaded that. or will you do something fixed to finish the story mode? For the speedrun, I keep the same team, and the goal for me is just to finish the game as fast as possible. Or at least get better at finishing the game as fast as possible. Usually, when I speedrun Digimon World 3, because I know that game really well, and right now I'm just practicing this game. But still with the intention of, like, I have the timer going, and I'm trying to realistically think about what a real run will look like. I go to the farm now, right? Yeah? Okay, cool. It's already a lot better. I'm super happy about this. If I recall correctly, Digimon Heroes is just Digimon Crusader. It is? Interesting. I didn't know that. So what is the dream team for it? The dream team? I mean, it's whatever you want, right? My dream team is like a bunch of Gilmon, which is what I had. Actually, I had like a Megidramon, a Gallantmon, and an Omnimon. And then I had like Imperialdramon, Dragon mode, and Paladin mode as my backups, but your dream team is definitely whatever you want it to be. The team that I'm using for the speedrun is .Falconmon, .Agumon, and Sunomon. And I'm gonna scan them right now. Okay, and then scan.agumon, .agumo. Why could that not fit? I'm confusion. The virtual bracelet? I saw that on Twitter. I really want one. Now I get out of here and I put them in my party. Cool. And I go back. And I need to equip. Okay, sweet. It's all coming back to me. I'm gonna do this now. I don't like how it resets to the top instead. So I can't just relay the same progress and hold down multiple times because it resets the menu. Okay. Okay. My first split time earlier today was 16 minutes. Like a high 16, I think. I don't really remember anymore. High 16. Now we talk to Goblimon. Goblimon dropped something and is too scared to go get it, so I have to go find it because I am the protagonist. And I am more than happy to do that. Yo, Laver, thank you so much for the raid. That is extremely generous of you. I do not deserve it whatsoever. I don't deserve it. You are an incredible person, incredible streamer, and your community, I'm sure, is just as incredible. As I see, Jethco made it through. Thank you, friends. Polecat Dad. Oh my god! Polecat Dad! Yo! I really hope that you are enjoying, the build that your son made for you. It was exciting to watch you guys do that together. I really wish that I was able to do that with my dad. That would have been the best thing to me because he had actually built, oh god, I could have gotten this later, but, he had built IBM PCs when I was young, like a baby, and building like a computer like this, like the one that you guys built with him, would have been the coolest thing ever. I will 100% follow you immediately, like as soon as my stream is over, 100%. I am so excited to see you and your son, or I don't know, maybe just you, if you don't want to play with your son, to play some games together. That's what we're here for. I'm so happy to see you back streaming. Thank you, Lavere. You are so sick. You, your wife, your child. Literally perfect. Update on life. I'm moving to Oklahoma. Yo, sick! They do have Whataburger. Let me know what your... What did I... Let me know what your go-to order is gonna be. That is so exciting. I am so happy for you. I love Whataburger. I have Whataburger, like, right next to me. It's so cool. I'm a teacher too. I taught Air Force Tech School. That's amazing. I taught for like a little bit, not as an official teacher, but I went to go do some clinician work at Fort Sam Houston for a little bit. And now my buddy works there as like the full-time band director person. Those kids are amazing. And part of it is probably because their parents are going to kick their butt if they get bad grades, which was good for us because they would do their work. But really amazing students that I've taught at the one base I ever worked at. Pick the perfect time to... Dude, Gresham, literally nothing's happening here. Enjoy the rest of your night, Gresham. But thank you for joining. I feel bad for like everyone watching my streams because I don't know how to make it stop. Can you hear that? Because I play very obscure games, I think. But I feel like that's helped me more than anything in terms of streaming, because I used to stream Fortnite and Overwatch, and I had 0 views for like a whole year. You hype for Digimon Survive? 100%! I am gonna play the heck out of that on stream, like I'm gonna figure it out with you guys. I've never done that before, like, play a game I've never played before, so that's gonna be new territory for me. I'm not even sure where I stand on this personally. You guys can tell me where you stand on it, but I don't know if I like when people read the text in a game, or if I just will read it myself. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? What do I do now? Oh, yes. I thought I was gonna get a call or something. I attempted a regular playthrough of this game once and was so underleveled I couldn't beat Chronomon. Then I used an active replay to get better Digimon and turn off encounters. That's awesome. That's super sick. I never had the chance to use replay stuff. I would always see it at Walmart, but I didn't know what it was. Let me put this Whataburger thing back. Okay. Oh shoot. At this point in the story, my tamer rank went up. I think I'm a bronze tamer now, right? And I'm supposed to prove that I'm supposed to prove that I'm noble, so how I do that is by going to a dangerous place to grab a piece of cake for my Digimon that just asked for it, so I'm gonna go do that. Speedrunning seems so complex and technical. No, it's not. I literally don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I should learn to do with Pokemon games? Please! Like, if you... there are so many categories that I think anybody can find a game that they want to speedrun. Even if it's not like... Like, some people don't want to speedrun Digimon World 3 because Countercrest is stupid, and I totally get it. It is. It's broken, I get it. That's why it makes a good speedrun. That's why it makes it bearable. other people don't want to speedrun it because it takes a long time. Some people want to speedrun it, but not do it with Countercrest, and you can do that. There's not a category for it, but you don't need to have a category for a game. You can make up categories and then just run it. You can't submit it anywhere, but does that matter? I'll stream Overwatch with you. I'm a pretty good Widow. That's it. Actually, I'm pretty good at everything except I cannot play any tank position at all without not understanding where I'm supposed to be. I just don't understand tank positioning at all. Especially if I'm playing shield tank. Especially if I'm playing Reinhardt. That is my worst tank by far. I don't know when to aggro and I don't know when to chill. If there's a Bastion, I'll just plant myself right in front of Bastion. Or a Torb turret, I'll just stand there. I love tank. Dude, that is a skill, man. I got really good at DPS because I was tired of playing heals. I was really good at heals first and then got tired of it and started playing DPS, but my best DPS characters are Widow and Tracer. That's it. Everyone else, I can like fake my way through stopping the payload or pushing the payload, but everything else, like, I don't know, dude. Who's a DPS character that's not Tracer or Widow? Mei. I will wall everybody in. I will kill my own teammates by walling them in. Junkrat. I don't know where to put my traps. Symmetra. I don't know where to put my turrets. Or my teleporter, except, like, out by spawn so we can get there faster. Ashe. I'm pretty good at Ashe because she's hit scan. Anything that's hit scan, I'm pretty good with because I practice so much Widow. I spent months just being in Widow lobbies to get better at her because I was a hit scan wannabe. Now I probably just suck. Ryan is my main? Oh my god. You are so pog. I could not do that. So, Rontaro, if you have a language that you prefer to speak in, you can speak, and this is for everybody, really, because we have a lot of lurkers in here also who have come forward and they're like, I'm just afraid to join because I'm afraid of, like, somebody not understanding me. I totally get it. Like, I will watch German streams of Digimon games and I'm like, dude, I cannot even tell you one thing in German except for fortune telling. That's the only word I know in German. You can type in any language and we have a chat translator in here that will translate what you said. If that helps. I just want everyone to feel comfortable communicating. Unfortunately, I can't translate myself. I wish that I could. I am just an English pleb. Despite growing up in a household with 4 different languages, I only picked up English. I am sorry. I'm a Ryan/Junk main. That's pretty sick. Junk does hella damage. And I just can't do anything with Ryan. Laughs in bilingual. Yeah, I grew up with Spanish, English, Spanish, Tagalog, and Japanese, and German, so there's more than I originally said, I guess. I am German on my dad's grandfather, my grandfather on my dad's side, and Hispanic on his side as well. I am Filipino, part Japanese on my mom's side. From gamer to English. That's hilarious, I love that. I remember I didn't know what GR meant in chat. I was like, what the hell are you saying to me? I thought it was slang. Like someone was being really mean to me, but it just meant good round. Go, thanks. Or GZ. I didn't know what GZ was either. Congrats. What else is gamer speak? Goats. But that's like Overwatch speak, so... Everyone was like, goats? Question mark? I'd be like, what? At first I was like that, and then I started watching the Overwatch League, and the second season was all goats. The first season was fun. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, high five? That's funny. I like that. DFFD? I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? Please. Help. Currently I shifted to healer so I could play Moira and Brigitte mostly. Brigitte? Oh man, DFFD. Just, I can't even think of something for that. What?! I was mashing up against the wall! I'm in the trigger! I'm 100% in the trigger and I'm confused. What else is like something that you see in chat? Okay. Literally stupid. But okay. What is something else? GG easy. Whenever people put GG easy in Overwatch chat, it always says like, oh come on mom, one more game or something stupid. Because it's kind of like a dicky thing to say that. I think it's funny. Done for foreseeable days. I'm currently done right now. I am not processing anything in my mind anymore. Pog is a thing now. I say Pog to my students. They think it's funny and cringy, but mostly funny. And mostly cringy. It was an honor playing with you, that's fun. Yes. The first time I ever saw that, I was like, wow, this guy's pretty cool. And then I realized, oh, GG easy. Obscure speedrun strat? If you look at SM64 splits, LBJ, JLB, MIPS. If you don't know SM64 speedrunning, which I am not an expert in at all, you probably have no idea what's happening. BLJ. Somebody that doesn't know SM64, what do you think that means? Out of curiosity. RSG. RSG is Minecraft related. What do you think that means? Bing, bing. Bacon, lettuce, and jam. Nice. I love that. BLJ in SM64 is backwards long jump. That's when Mario scoots his butt upstairs really fast. Okay, I need to spam all of this text. Okay, I am a bronze tamer now. Big pog, big pog, big pog. Boiled lemon juice. Ugh. Interesting. A really bad case of rug burn. RSG. RSG in Minecraft means random seed glitchless. It's a category. That's my favorite category to watch. Set seed glitchless is where it's the same seed every time. You know the exact route. And it's fine. But random seed is hella fun. You start a new world you've never seen. Beat the game as fast as you can. No glitches, so you don't do item dupe glitches. Large pog. Supernova-sized pog. So Melissa, my girlfriend wants to get certified in 4 through 8 math and science. Wait. 4 through 8 math and science. Mostly because her certification right now is in 7 through 12 science, and she teaches high school, but she wants to teach middle school someday. And she just wants to include 6th grade, so she has all of the options available to her. For my certification is EC through 12, so I can teach... I can teach anything. So I don't have to worry about that, but... We were talking about stars today, because we were going through the questions on the 4 through 8 math and science test, and it's so embarrassing because I don't think I can answer some of those questions. I cannot believe the kind of math that I was doing as a young child. Okay. Kingdom Hearts randomizers runs are fun to watch too. Randomizers are really fun. I think Raikou was doing Digimon World randomizer stuff yesterday, or this morning, I guess? Maybe? I don't know what it would be technically. Yesterday, today. My AP Calculus teacher had failed the AP test himself and— What is happening? Had no idea what half of the stuff he was teaching was. Huh. Excuse me, how many failed fleas in a row is that? That's disgusting. Buy Melissa something nice? I will buy her the fee to purchase to take the exam. Every exam that you have to take for whatever certification you're after used to be like $120, but now it's $116. Not that it's a huge difference, but you know, it's better. Yay, teaching! I like teaching. Math has changed for sure. I was a 4th grader in 1977. Can we look at one of the questions and then you guys can tell me if you would be able to solve the answer? Maybe not right now though. I can pause the timer maybe after the split. AP Calc for me was, I think pre-calculus was harder for me than calculus was. I think because of my teacher. I didn't really get along with my teacher, and I can't tell you even who it was. Gresham. I don't remember. I just remember it was a man balding who had a strong personality. Undergrad math while pursuing his master's. I've thought about pursuing my master's. Melissa has too. She had applied and she got in, but she was thinking about what it would be doing for her, and it's not going to do much, I think, for teaching, because she wants to do administration eventually, which would fit her super well, I think. How are the runs going? This is the second one. I completed the first one from beginning to Chimeramon, so that's about half of the game. And I ended at about 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 44.5 minutes. So there is improvement happening, but I'm gonna try to improve it even more if I can. I've been lurking. I was watching KH2 Rando Tourney. Nice. Is it over? Was Dessa in it? Dessa does a lot of Kingdom Hearts. Dessa is also used to be a Digimon speedrunner. He had a good time in Digimon World 3 for a long time, but that was back when Kodamon route was the preferred method, as opposed to Gilmon. What? Why is this so disgusting? Am I focusing on the first half right now? I am, because I just don't feel confident with my memory with what to do, or my movement optimization yet. And when I was doing Digimon World 3 and learning it, I had split it up into 3 different chunks, 3 different 2-hour chunks, so I could get really good with my movement and super familiar with the story, and that took a while to do. But this shouldn't take me as long, because I'm already halfway done with the game, and we've done it. This is now the 4th time ever. Oh god. Going to watch every Digimon episode again? From season 1 to like now? Digimon 2020? Cool. Nice. That's like 4 minutes better than the last time. What was I doing last time? That's really cool. Wow. It's only been 4 times that we've done this, but it's already looking so much better. Very happy about that. Now I need to talk to Andromon? It's convenient that he always travels the same way. Okay, and then we go fight MT here. Flap, is that PogChamp? Is that what PogChamp looks like right now? I thought it was a person still. I'm confusion. Does WeirdChamp and PogU still work even though it's Gutek? That was really early for a second encounter, but that's okay. I'm not sure, I just follow the trend. It's all good. No worries. Oh, well. That's fine. Appmon? I watched bits and pieces of it, but the fan subs were inconsistent, so I didn't try too hard. Fan subs being inconsistent. Yo! Raymond, thank you so much for the raid. Super appreciated always. You are so pog. And we were watching you play your rhythm game that I've never seen before. You were pulling out all of the sick beats. Ooga booga, your ordinary Skittle. Welcome to the stream. If you're coming from 221 Walls, they are super pog, and I'm sure that you had a great time chilling over there. Thank you. Not necessary at all. Really not necessary at all, but you guys are so pog. Always the poggest. Okay, I'm fighting MT, so I don't need to go get the card. Right now, what I'm doing is practicing the first half of a new speed game that I want to do called Digimon World DS. If you're not into that, I totally get it. No worries. MT Monka S. MT is still Monka S in Digimon World 3. But here, basically, is the easiest thing ever. Kinda sad. I'm a lurk around. That's fine. A lot of people do that. Lurking. I have no issues with it. Oh, my dude. This is a good encounter. Not because I'm gonna fight it at all, but it's good because there's only one Digimon that gets scanned. The more Digimon that get scanned, obviously, the more time I stay here in this battle sequence that I'm just gonna run away from. MT is in this game too? Yes, MT is gonna be right here. And interestingly enough, this place is like called Training Valley, And the place that we always see MT in Digimon World 3 is called Tyranno Valley. They should have called it Tyranno Valley, because this is the boss that's here every time. Not every time, but you know what I mean. It's always the same dude who is just digivolved, sometimes not digivolved. Cool. Yeah, that splits 4 minutes better again. Cool. 4 minutes. Steamroller, how's it going? I hope that you're doing well. I missed the end of the last run since I was eating. How did it go? It was good. I think I improved. I improved by like 2 or 3 minutes. 2 or 3 minutes, and now I'm ahead by 4 minutes, it looks like. Making a lot less mistakes. The art of this one is so good. Of this game, it's super colorful, saturated, the backgrounds are nice. Just the aesthetic, I like it a lot. The battle system even. I have really bad flee rate this time around. This is the worst flee rate I've ever had. Wow! Okay. That's a 2-time attack. And also, why does Renamon have V headbutt? Why do I have V headbutt? Because that's what I use sometimes. Keep shaving the hairs off the run. Absolutely. Will do. I'll try my best. My biggest goal is just to get more optimized movement. And I guess it's happening. Because I'm shaving time off by not getting as many encounters. Because encounters are rampant in this game. Remix the Legendary Gym? Sick. Digimon World 3 music is found here, but I didn't think of this as that. But I can hear it for sure. I love this battle theme. This battle theme should have carried over to Digimon World Dawn and Dusk, because the battle themes in Dawn and Dusk suck. They are not good. It's bad. That is just my opinion. It's not a fact, but it is bad to me. It's so depressing and bad. This made me hype for every encounter that I had when I was playing this game casually as a child. Ladder. Rock. Avoid the rock. Don't run into the rock. I don't remember what the boss themes were like in Digimon World Dawn and Dusk. As a wee child. I had to have been a child because the DS came out when? 2005? Is that wrong? I don't know. That could be super wrong. 6? Wow! My first game on the DS, I got 2 games. It was for Christmas. It was Nintendogs Labrador Edition, even though you could, you know, get any dog. And then, Yu-Gi-Oh! Nightmare Troubadour, which I still love and want to speedrun. Yu-Gi-Oh! Nightmare Troubadour is one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. That is not Forbidden Memories. I is a Ruby. Thank you so much for the follow. The first thing I think of when I see your name is Ruby Kurosawa. Kurosawa, sorry. I totally butchered that up. And I think one of the reasons I do that is because when I have music blasting in my ears, I can't speak. Is that something that happens to people? But I appreciate you being here. Feel free to chill with us as long as you want. Relva, how's it going? I saw you at the very beginning, actually, today, and I've seen you around other people's Digimon streams. I can't recall exactly where, but I know I've seen you around. I try to peep other Digimon streams when I have time to chill a little bit. So, I thought I would have to fight this Digimon the first time I showed up here. But they just give you a quiz that's super easy. It's 2 questions. And I answered the 2 questions correctly. I don't know what happens when you answer them incorrectly because I've never done that. They're really easy questions. I need to scroll down. Small cutscene. This cutscene reminds me of Digimon World 3 so much. So essentially what happened is I got an item from Pandamon called the Digi-Egg of Miracles, but the inscription actually says the Digi-F of Miracles, which is like our KEKW 8 Lu card situation in Digimon World 3 where you're supposed to get a blue card to move through the station? The train thing? The cart? And you get an 8 Lu card. KEKW, you say? H. never liked when I said KEKW. He prefers Geokek, and I do too, but I haven't seen H. in a while or talked to him. I hope he's doing well. I miss him. Oi! H. is the world record holder of Digimon World 3. He's probably busy doing school stuff, so taking a break from streaming, or I'm just missing him, I'm not sure. But he's in Germany, so time difference. I miss H. I do too. I miss H. Mentro. I see JMix from time to time, but I can't like join JMix on his streams because it's usually when I'm working. And I would totally watch JMix's stream even if it's not Digimon because he usually plays games that he always plays games that I like from my childhood. I think recently he's been playing, what's it called? Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, a Hundo tournament, and I don't know if that's still going on or not. JMix was here like a few days ago, I think. It's 7 AM in Germany currently. Monka. Go to sleep, Germans. Actually wake up, I don't know. I don't know which one. I know 3 words in German because of them. Fortune telling, brick building, and what else do I know? Actually, I guess I only know 2 words because those are the 2 things that come to mind. There's just like little things that they say that I understand what it means, but I don't want to pronounce any of it because I feel like it's disrespectful of me to do that, butchering it so badly. I'm at work. Dennis, why are you here? Not that we don't want you here. You're always welcome. But being at work while watching a Digimon stream, you sound a lot like... Oh, well... H-Dot would like go to work and watch me playing Digimon World 3 at work, but when he has school, they have a no phone policy, so he doesn't watch when he's at school. Job in IT. Yo, programming? I want to learn programming, but every time I try, I can't debug anything. And then I feel stupid and sad, and then I quit. And then I just watch Kit Boga and watch his streams about programming stuff. And then I feel better. Hop to it, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. A technician? That's sick! That's what my dad did. He was a technician as well. He built IBM computers. Okay, I'm gonna fight this dude. And get the actual Digi-Egg of Miracles. Currently procrastinating. What are you procrastinating on? Is it like procrastinating eating, procrastinating working, procrastinating taking a shower? I do all of those things all the time. Just don't tell anybody. I'm setting up a RESTful API for a course. You are a sick individual, like in a good way. It sounds like a good thing. Spend 5 minutes? Yes! Do it! If you're gonna chill here, you can totally do that in 5 minutes. Oi! No thanks. Nice. Toothpaste Sukamon. It's better than, like, imagine if Sukamon was, like, brown looking. Oh god. There has to be some recolor of Sukamon brown, looking like an actual piece of garbage crap. Pawn Chesspawn is not good about letting me run away. I thought I followed you? Weird. You don't even have to. There's nothing happening here, ever. Nothing happens here. Except for confusion and my mental lapses because, like right now, oh my god, I just had one. Because I'm tired, and I don't sleep enough. Excuse me, that rock. Ugh. I probably would have gotten this anyway if I avoided the rock, so it's fine. I'm kind of far from the thing. The trigger for the next area. Am I? Yeah, I'm kind of far. Alright, that's just stupid. That was not movement fault. My Sukamon split I saved about 5 minutes from last time. That's pretty cool. 5 minutes? What did I mess up so bad? I did mess up a lot actually, I remember, but 5 minutes? That rock. It's not affecting me that much, but I need to see what's faster, actually just pressing into the rock or walking around it, because that's extra steps and I can get an encounter. I don't think I got an encounter here in the last attempt I did. I had a bunch of screens where there was just no encounter. Aww. What are my step counts? And what is my flee rate? It's disgusting. Look, I'm gonna fail. Haha, reverse psychology. I wasn't actually thinking that would happen, actually. I thought, my flee rate would still be garbage. This game gives me a lot of opportunity to, like, drink water, though. When it's doing the scanning stuff. Or scrolling down to my notes, it's easy to do it. How confident are you with this first run? Figuring out some of it as you go, or do you think you've had enough practice? Oh no, absolutely not. This is my 4th time ever doing the first half of the game. And that sounds like a lot, but there's just a lot of stuff I'm trying to optimize. Like, my movement more than anything. Making sure that that's good, because I practiced that for a long time when I was running Digimon World 3. I practiced it in 2-hour segments because the total time is like, well, like 2.5 hour segments, because it takes a minimum of 6.5 hours to run the game from beginning to end as fast as you can. And I spent a lot of time doing that to pay attention to as many details as I could. And I want to do the same with this. And I'm feeling better about it, like, my Sukamon split that you see there was originally like 55 minutes the very last time that I did this, which was like an hour ago. And now I shaved off 5 minutes from there, so it's obviously getting better. Which I'm very happy about, because my main game is Digimon World 3, but I can't run it throughout the week because of my job. And I cannot commit 11 hours into a stream every time I do Digimon World 3 if I get a run. This run on emulator takes world record like a little under 3.5 hours. Onyx Mephisto, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to hang out with us as long as you want. On actual hardware, this game takes just a few seconds under 3 hours. It can be faster for sure, like no one has really optimized it or put as much effort into actually optimizing it, I think. For me, I'm just trying to optimize my movement and then figuring out maybe if there's some stuff I can do to save time that may be different. But there probably won't be. I just have a lot of experimenting to do with it. The Digimon World 3, I think it's pretty optimized. Pog, pog, pog! Silver Tamer poggers. This next arc, is my favorite in the game, I think. And it's raising a Digimon that hates people. You have to teach it to like people. Make it grow and realize that friendship is the best thing ever. And we're gonna do that, I think. Maybe. Oh, there is so much text, though, in this game, but it's why I liked it so much as a kid, because I liked the story a lot. It wasn't mechanics, you know? I like the mechanics too, but, you know? What is happening? Oh my god. I can't believe this happened to me. The friends we make along the way. Of course, Kappa. It sounds like Taya Gardner in Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series. That I love and adore. Friendship! Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series is everything, and I think Little Karibo posted a new episode last week or something. Oh! What's your favorite emote and why is Poobah? My actual favorite emote. Dude, I don't even know, man. Let me think. Eh? My favorite emote. I think my favorite emote is Kappa, because I can say something like stupid, but I used Kappa so it makes it less stupid, if that makes sense. I can use it with so many things so that people don't think I'm actually serious. Like, I'm like, oh man, you suck at streaming. Wait! Why did the menu music happen there? I must be cheating. I'm splicing this run. This run is spliced 100%. Momentai. I like the kappas. Thank you. It's times like this where I wish I had that Twitch extension that a lot of people have, where whenever you post any emote, it flies across the screen or something. I like that one. Franker Face Z? Is that the extension? I don't know what the extension is. I think 321 wall might have it, but I would love to see kappas flying around my screen as I tell you that this run is spliced. This run is spliced. That's why you hear music at different times. It's on Streamlabs. Emote wall? That's cool. I usually have my stream avatar stuff going, but... And that just takes up a lot of space. And I don't have the space for it in my layout currently, unless I remove my face, which I guess I would be fine doing. There's no reason for me to have my face here. Actually, there could be for purposes of verification if I was new to the Digimon community and they were like, oh my god, she said she's splicing the run, like, they would have no reason to believe that I'm not splicing it if you couldn't see me doing my inputs, I guess. But that's also spliced, maybe. Okay. Oh, Kappa! Oh my god!
Kappa 1, 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 Kappa 1. Kappa 1, 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 Kappa 1. Kappa 1.
Kappa 1. That's the funniest thing that's ever happened in my life. Kappa 1, 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 Kappa 1. Kappa 1. Relvamon, thank you so much for the 69 bits. The 69 bits. What a pog. Convenient number that you have placed in my lap. That means a lot. It really does. Even if it's a kappa number, it's still going towards something incredible, and I am very grateful to everyone for doing that. But I hope that doesn't mean like people feel manka about. I don't know how to describe this because I'm not in like the correct mental state anymore. I promise during the day when I'm teaching I am a lot more intelligible when I speak, but sometimes I enter streams where like they really encourage donating, and it doesn't make me uncomfortable, but it just makes me not want to do it either. It's just, it feels forced. And whenever I explain where the money is going, it's not for me to like tell you please donate to me for the kids. It's because I just want you to know where the money's going. And it goes back to my students. If it's a huge sum, which I mean, I don't know if it ever will be, but if it was, that would be crazy. I would buy equipment, but usually I buy either supplies like sticks or reeds or valve oil. And also, currently, I need to buy more chamber music, because since we're in COVID-19 mode throughout the world, I need music for small ensembles. Hop to it, thank you so much for the tier 1. Absolutely not necessary. Again, I don't want anyone to like hear me say all of these things and be like, oh man, I should probably do this. You don't have to. Wait, what just happened? Oh, I see, I didn't help him yet. Damn, I really did just leave him. Can I have some reads? 100%. Do you want a Juno read? I'm down to support that cause. Aw, man. Nobody has to, I just like telling you where it's going so you know, and I'm very transparent about it. I've seen some streams where they have like the donate, like exclamation donate in their title, and I'm like, dude, I don't know. Like, I don't know what people use it for. They do what they want, for sure, you know? do what they want. It's your it's probably your job even. Like you use it for what you need to use it for. This is just a goal that I had because in the end, like education, music education is important to me. I give when the spirit moves me, not when I'm sold to. Good on ya, Polecat. I'm so happy that you feel the same way. I don't really know how to describe in my current mental state how it makes me feel when I see stuff like that. It's just, it feels forced is the best way I can explain it. And it doesn't put me in a giving, oh my god, a giving mood, I guess. Yo, Raymond, have a great night. I hope that you, reach affiliate tomorrow so I can finally throw something at you. Unless you're already affiliate and I'm totally stupid. Oh my god. I feel so bad. My wife played bassoon and oboe. Oh my god, bassoon and oboe reeds are hella expensive, man. And because you also have to get, like, not manufactured ones, you have to get them from a person that knows how to make them really well. So when I was in college and I was learning bassoon and oboe and all of the other woodwind instruments, I was buying reeds from like the local oboe person, not from like, what's her face? High School Music Center or Sam Ash or Guitar Center or whatever. Gotta get it from a person. So hopefully like schools have good oboe or bassoon private lesson teachers so they can make reeds. But I don't know how to make a bassoon or oboe reed. I want to learn though, so maybe at like the next double reed convention I can look into doing that. In case I ever don't have a double reed instructor available to me on campus. Oh man. At least you're not majoring in woodwinds. Yeah, that wouldn't have been for me either way, because if I didn't do percussion, if I had not made it, I would have been either playing... No, I would have been playing trombone, for sure. That's what I was gonna pick. And I was the first one there, so I was gonna get first pick. Or at least, I was already there, because I had just done percussion tryouts, so they were gonna give, the people who didn't make percussion first pick on what they wanted to play. And I was gonna play trombone. Which maybe people who know me from school would be able to see. I don't really know. I cannot escape this hell. I wonder how much money you've spent on reeds in your life. For me, I can kind of ballpark the number I've spent on sticks and drums and... Actually, okay, I've spent a lot of money on drums and piano and... Damn, okay, I've spent a lot of money. Oh god. Now it feels bad, man. Well, Raymond, you said you had to go, but if you stick around for like one more second, when did you buy your first, like, when did you buy your first instrument instead of renting? Did you buy one right away? Or were you just like, I don't know if I like this yet, let me figure that out? Yo, that flute guy! We were talking about woodwinds and how playing a reed instrument sucks. Not that it actually sucks, but money-wise it sucks. Playing percussion is expensive too, but music is just expensive. Excuse me? Oh. Excuse me. Oh. The mental lapses are happening more and more. Flute pog, for real, for real, for real. No reed necessary. When I was, at UTSA and I was learning woodwinds, I was really... Like, flute was my secondary instrument for a long time until it became euphonium officially. when I took brass methods. But flute was my best woodwind instrument, and clarinet was my worst. It's still my worst. And when I was student teaching at Lopez Middle School, Kim Garza, who's a god clarinet player, decided like, Chelsea, you're gonna play clarinet basically every day of your life. And I did. I taught clarinet class every day until I was super good at it. Yo, Daemonic, thank you so much for the raid. I was telling, we were watching your stream for like a bit earlier, and I was telling them about how I caught you when you were playing Digimon World 3, and then we were just like following each other. Pretty cool. But I really appreciate it. If you're coming from Daemonic stream, you're more than welcome to stay as long as you want. If you have no idea what this game is, I would not be offended if you decided to leave, but I'm happy that you showed up. I bought my cornet in 5th grade! Dang! That's a lot of- band in 5th grade is so cool to me. Like, how are you even able to do anything? Oh man, this killer song. This song is a killer. Killer of my brain, because I can't think anymore. There's no thought process happening in my brain right now. Nothing. Does this run on RetroArch? It is not. It is on... Decime. Because this is the emulator that is accepted for emulated runs on speedrun.com. I will be playing on actual hardware after I'm done practicing. I'll probably do a run on emulator and then a run on actual hardware. Beam, beam, beam. Still not dead. I have to attack one more time, but that's supposed to happen, so it's all good. Why did you attack? No, please. Okay. Piccolo Trumpet. Piccolo Trumpet? Dude, you are so sick. Any high brass stuff, I was not built for high brass. I was built for low brass for sure. And it's interesting that after I did all of my brass classes that euphonium became my secondary and not trombone, because like in 6th grade, if I did not do percussion, I was gonna get first pick and do trombone. She built different? No, I'm just not built. What do I do after this? I go talk to Ellie. I was just built. Yeah, I'm just here, dude. Dude, Raymond, aren't you supposed to, like, not even be here? Not that you're not welcome anytime, of course, 100%, but... Didn't you have to, like, leave? To sleep? I was trombone? That's awesome. I like teaching trombone. Those kids are super weird. Super weird. Okay, after this, I go to the farm. I need to sleep, to be honest. Yo, Ben, go to sleep. It's all good. There is nothing happening here of any importance at all. Literally nothing. I had to catch 7th on my fingers for trombone, like all the way. This is me on 7th position. Big stretch. Trombones are always weird. Jared, who is the weirdest section in your band, Jared? Movement. Excuse me. Chelsea, on or off stream, we need to play Overwatch though. Oh, I'm bad though. I used to be plat, and now I'm probably like bronze. I haven't played competitive in like 7 seasons. Bad. My embouchure used to be so good, now I don't think I could play for 5 minutes. I bet you could. I bet you could play... Did I go to the same... Okay. I had a really big Monka attack for a second. With that. This is fine. This is fine. This is not fine anymore. But it's okay, because I'm just gonna run away. I like having only one of them so that it doesn't take me as long to flee, because the scanning doesn't take as long. I just downloaded Overwatch RIP. Overwatch is so good. Everyone says it's dead, and it is, but I still like it. I also 100% still have a crush on 2 women in that game that don't exist. Actually, all of the women in that game that don't exist, but 2 in particular. Widowmaker and Amelie. Well, Amelie is Widowmaker, but... and Tracer. Lena Oxton. Oh my god. I really have it for Lena Oxton. Oh my god. I like her. She's cool. I didn't even really like her when I first started playing, but I started playing as her and I was like, dang, I'm really good at her. And then I found out more about her and that she has a girlfriend named Emily, who sounds a lot like Amelie. And then I started shipping Widowmaker and Tracer together and I was like, this is so perfect. This is the most perfect ship ever. And then I just started liking them individually and now I'm conflicted. I don't know, it's hard. Soldier 76 can get it. Soldier 76, I think, I don't want to say this for sure, I think might be gay. Melissa is sending me TikToks that I will watch later. Soldier's voice actor passed away. Bro, are you kidding? When? Polecat Dad, thank you so much for being here. You are amazing. I cannot wait to catch your streams and I will absolutely follow you as soon as my stream is over. And that's for anybody that follows and you're a Twitch streamer. I literally look at my follow list every single time I end a stream, so I make sure I follow back everyone that is a Twitch streamer. If you're not one currently, but you're thinking about it, just tell me and I'll follow you and I'll catch you and see what's going on. Soldier 76 was confirmed to be gay a long time ago. I thought it was just like a thing I was saying because I'm gay and I see stuff about gay stuff all the time. Last year in the summer. Oh my god. So then my question, and I hope this is not disrespectful, I don't think it should be, I don't know. If it is, I'm so sorry, I just am not in a mentally intelligible right now, but in the recent events, like the winter event, did Soldier have, or even the Halloween event, did Soldier have new lines? New voice lines or anything? I was not paying attention with a chat log or something with Anna. Really? I remember hearing when Tracer would say, if she's in King's Row, she'll be like, I wonder if I have enough time to visit Emily. And I'm like, who's that? And then I figured it out. Like, this is cool. That's cool, but I also want you to love me instead. And also Widowmaker. Widowmaker has dialogue with Bab, and it seems flirty, and I'm confused. Do Widowmaker and Bab have a thing for each other? If they do, I'm gonna be so sad. Because the dialogue between Tracer and Widowmaker is really cute, but also not, because they want to kill each other. I'm already Tracer. Oh! Is this right? Yes. Good. Cool. Widow Tracer all the way. Dude, I have so much art of Widow Tracer on my phone, it's ridiculous. So much. Back when I was single, I had a bunch of my ships as my wallpaper all the time. Now it's just me and my girlfriend, but if I was single, then I would have Widow Tracer as my wallpaper, probably. Because they are the enemy to lovers dynamic is so cool. Digimon World Reddit founder. Someone in here made Reddit. The entire Reddit. No king shame. Hey now, murder can be healthy in a relationship. So there was a show that lasted for like a year or something. I don't remember how long it lasted, but what am I thinking about? It's a show on Netflix called She-Ra and the Princesses of Power, and it's gay. It's really gay. I was surprised a little at how gay it was, but it's friends to enemies to lovers, and that's like, oh dude, that is everything to me. I think it would stress me out if that happened in real life to me, like I hated somebody and then suddenly I'm in love with them. It doesn't make sense. But friends to enemies to lovers is maybe possible. Actually, that's what happened to my sister, my younger sister. When she was a kid, like in middle school, she and the guy she's with now were both in percussion, like in middle school band, the most cringy thing ever. And they hated each other. No. I guess that's just enemies to lovers. And then one day I had, Bamboo! Good night to you. I hope that you have a fantastic night. Soshi, I don't even know if I said hi to you, and if I didn't, then I'm the worst person. But I know you've been here for a while. Thank you for being here. You are so pog. Yeah, never mind. They're enemies to lovers. One day, I had extra tickets to go see DCI San Antonio, and I was gonna take Melissa, but we ended up doing something else with one of her friends. That was, like, important. So I gave her the tickets, and I had, like, 6 of them. So I said, just take whoever you want. And she took one person, and she took, the guy she's dating. They weren't dating at the time, but I was like, that's a little sus, like, taking one person after I gave you 6 tickets. And then she came back, and she's like, I have a boyfriend now! That's cool. They're still together, and that's it. They've been together for, what, like, maybe 2 years? Maybe 2, I think. Pretty cool. Okay, focus. Focus. Open this box! Oh, I see. I have to be in front of the box to open it. That makes sense. I guess. Okay, this movement has been bad. And the next screen, it's bad, so I need to actually think about it. Demonic chat brought me here. Demonic chat. I like that all the Digimon people see each other all the time. Like I've seen Relva in different Digimon things. I saw Demonic, like, when I wasn't even streaming and just checking out other people. I was just chilling on Twitch. And I saw Demonic playing Digimon World 3, and I was like, yeah, this is what I need. Toyosuke, we saw them when they were playing Digimon World 4. Learned a little about them. They're a volunteer firefighter. Absolutely sick. Asami. Legend of Korra. So what's weird is that... What's really strange is at the time when Legend of Korra was airing, I was, like, into Asami. But now, as I've gotten older, I'm gonna be 25 this year. I'm, like, super into Korra. The person. And the show, but the person. And she was the first muscular woman that actually I was like, this is cool. I didn't think they were unattractive or anything before, but it just wasn't, like, the type of girl I would ever go after. Because I just didn't think about it. I don't know what changed in me, but I guess, yeah, I'm into her. And also now, my body is, like, not exactly like hers, but, when I work out and I flex, it's actually a little scary what I have become. I'm a beefcake. But you can't tell until I flex. Hold on, hold on. What am I doing? What am I doing? I found Demonic when I tried to raid her during World 3, but she had disabled, so I raided someone playing World 4. Went back to Demonic. Some people have, and this is fine, I had this on for a while too. Raiding from like people that are only your friends. Not like your mutuals on Twitch, but specifically your friends. Oh! Wait, no, that's not right. This is... I split after this, my bad. I have muscles but a layer of pudge, haha. It's okay. Don't even fret. Like, my girlfriend is just a person. She doesn't have, like, Cora body. She doesn't... She's a person. She doesn't have to look like Cora for me to like her. Followers only? Oh, okay. Followers only? Friends only? I got raided once by a Fortnite streamer when I was playing Fortnite. That was awful. So I understand the experience of not a good raid, but when it's Digimon, I think that is pretty cool. Alright, Ben, thank you so much. I have an early morning. You take care. Have the best morning that you can possibly have, and I hope I can raid you someday. Like, soon. We just always miss each other with the scheduling and stuff, but you were Pog. Go Runners. Go Runners! Cringe. Cringe. Also, what do I do now? I talked to Yuji. This is so much better than my last run. It's actually ridiculous. As I run into a ball. Oi. I have to lift 100-pound boxes a day, so I'm not worried. That's awesome. Why do you do that? What are you lifting? 100 pounds? I lift a lot of heavy things too, but I guess not that heavy because I'm lifting instruments or transporting instruments into cars or something. Quads, I think that's the heaviest thing I deal with is quads or maybe speakers, the synth cart maybe. I don't like raiding strangers. It's not because I dislike people, it's due to bad experiences when I hate looking for new raid targets because you never know what you'll end up with. Sometimes I'm scared to raid people I've never raided or met before because I don't know how they're going to react. I raided somebody once with like 100 people and they freaked out and I felt really bad about it. I think they turned off the stream. And it's hard. There's no way for me to be like, I'm gonna raid you, but this is not an attack. A meat department? I live for meat. I only eat meat. That's not true. But if I could, I would. If I could eat steak only for the rest of my life, I would do it. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Can I do this? Yes, I can. Oh my god, you're using not Imperial units, so I'm confusion. What is 140 kilograms in pounds, please? But it sounds like a lot already. It sounds like a lot already. Oh my god. I am so into Korra, it's ridiculous. I think it's not so much like I'm into Korra and I'm not into the women I used to be into. I'm just into, just like women. But, of course, there is only one woman now that I actually pay attention to. A tree! Yes. Gout intensifies. Dude, I know a guy that has gout. He was in college with me we were both in the percussion studio together doing the same thing. And the job he has right now, teaching high school band, like, is probably the worst possible thing for his gout. I don't know much about it, but I know that much, like, it is not the best for his situation. Treat! Do I pick this item up? No, I don't. I do not pick this item up. Muscles are smexy, silk over steel. I just think I like women. And when I was in college, a lot of dudes would ask me, like, how do you know? And at first I couldn't answer them because I'd never been with a guy ever in my life. But I have also never ever in my thoughts, I have ever thought, like, I have never seen a guy or fantasized about a guy and been like, this would be cool. It's always been women. So I think I do know. They give better hugs. They're soft. I'm sure guys are soft too. I've like hugged guys and been really good friends with them, but... Oh my god, speaking of this. So, on Facebook, there was someone that added me, and I added them back because we had mutual friends that are all music people. And, I'll read what he said. I'll read what he said in a little bit. We're not too far from the... Actually, there's this split, and then there's one more split. I cannot believe how fast this was in comparison to the last one. Maybe it's not as fast. Maybe it's not because my flee rate has been so bad. Hazmat. I don't take this item. Wait, there's no item here. I'm just stupid. Nice. I can admit to my mistakes. My personal best for 285 pounds? You are so pog. You know, if you've never fantasized about a guy, that might be telling a little premonition right there. Maybe, like, tonight I'll dream about it and I'll be like, was that pog? And I'll probably think no. I don't know. But I've just never... I've never tried to, I've never felt like I've wanted to. But I can tell. And Melissa says this too, like, whenever watching a TV show or something, or we're watching a singing contest, like, we'll be able to tell if a dude's attractive, but I just don't really think about anything beyond that. Like, yeah, you're a good-looking person, but I don't know. Dream of my 69 kappas tonight? I'll do that. Most likely I will do that, followed by the dream I have, well, nightmare I have every night of my teeth falling out. Every night. Nice! Everybody leveled up. Usually, Galmon dies and never levels up. Too lazy to train. The only reason that I do it is because it makes me... I never thought this would ever happen, but I just randomly started doing it because Melissa had 5-pound weights. Which is obviously not very heavy, but I was using it for, like... I can't do it right now. I was using it for tricep stuff, so it was very bearable and I could do many of them. And then I bought much heavier weights to do other stuff, and it was helping my mental health somehow, and I don't know why that was. Just sitting and doing it while I was watching TV, already doing what I was doing. I was watching anime. I was watching specifically Fire Force while lifting stuff, and in no way is it Semper Frat Delis. I like it. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. You are so pog. Feel free to chill with us as long as you want. I wish I could lucid dream. I lucid dream a lot, actually. Because I can tell when something's too far-fetched, but me losing my teeth doesn't sound too far-fetched. I feel like it could happen and I'm scared. I view people artistically, that's beautiful. I feel like that's everyone though. Like I look at Ryan Reynolds and I'm like, yeah, he's a good-looking dude. Excuse me. Oh! Oh! Wrong. Wrong. I did one extra input. My bad. Dopamine. I just never... I knew it was going to do that, but I also didn't know it would affect me so much. I hate dreaming about driving because I'm not in the driver's seat, monk ass. Who's in the driver's seat, then? Who's driving the car that you're in? I hate dreaming about falling, but I'm not in the falling seat. Kappa? Thank you for using my favorite emote. Kappa? You can say Kappa to anything, and it just works. Digimon World DS. Kappa. Oh! The rocks! I passed the rocks that time. Kinda. Map select, not like this. Yeah, I did one extra input on accident. It's because, like, even if I press back with the same rhythm, it'll do something weird and it'll skip a few frames and jitter around. But that's an excuse. I'm just bad. I'm just bad. It's Kirby who's driving. Kirby? My favorite Kirby game, I think, to this day is the mirror game. I don't remember what it's called. It's for the Game Boy. That one was so good. Jitter Kappa? Yes. That is my excuse. It's legitimate though. Inputs in Digimon games are just stupid. Why did I do that? I have no excuse for that. I just thought I was gonna be somewhere else. Interesting. Interesting! Amazing Mirror. Yes, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror. If it's your favorite emote, then you'll know the name of the guy in the emote. You mean Glad Jonas? I know it's not Glad Jonas. Oh, Dennis. You said it before me. I love Glad Jonas. Glad Jonas is such a homie. Super chill, like, join his Discord. Jonas. Oh god. I'm tired. Beep bop, beep bop. Glad Jonas. That's what I'll call him from now on. I love Glad Jonas, and the people in his Discord are really cool too. I haven't been in there for a while though. I haven't submitted anything to him in a while either. Nothing dropped? Aw, man, that sucks. Not Pog. It's really not Pog, Dennis. Gotta try again. Yay, nothing. Sick, right? Nice. Now I go back to the Digifarm, right? Yep. And then I go to Junk Factory. Whew. Firepower 2, cool. I had a run with Firepower 2. useful. Except in the fire dungeon, which is where I got it, so it wasn't useful in that case. Metal chip, eat me, I win. Did Pokemon just headbutt a Grand Kawagamon and made it run? I think Pokemon killed Grand Kawagamon with a headbutt. Glad Jonas is the most talented of the Jonas brothers. The bonus Jonas that everyone talks about, right? I love that. Glad Jonas is such a neat person. And they make sick beats if you like beats. Okay. Wow, I cannot believe that we're almost here. To the last split of the day for this. I don't know if this is gonna be much better because, I'm at 141 now. I think my flee rate was just really bad, but I know for a fact that I have made a lot less mistakes than the previous run that we did today. So that I can be happy about. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna... we'll see. I was 5 minutes ahead at some point, but my flee rate was the worst it's ever been the entire time. Aw, man. Come on. Let me go. Is Greymon in this game? Yes, Greymon is in this game, and if I was doing... Oh god. No! If I was doing more of the run, then you would see me Digivolve to Greymon. But I'm only doing the first half. Because I'm trying to get super confident with my movement, with cues, before I run the entire game. It's kind of my way of learning new runs. I did this for Digimon World 3 also, where I learned the run in 2.5-hour increments. And I had a lot of success with that, so I'm just gonna do it again. For something. I will. Like, tomorrow I am going to stream. I'm supposed to stream for surezies on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can see my schedule in the schedule tab. And possible weekend streams. It just all depends on a lot of things, but for sure, Tuesdays and Thursdays are a for sure thing. Yesterday I did not stream because I had something really important to do with Melissa. So I'm making it up today, but I am going to try to stick to that as much as I possibly can. Aw man, why do you gotta do this? Why are you alive? Okay. Aww. Okay. Arg! Arg! Oh god. Alright. So, my flee rate this time was bad. Really bad. But I made significant improvements in story stuff. Like, I was 5 minutes ahead for the whole first half of this half. The half of the half. Arrow loading state. Didn't that look like I spliced the run? It's because when I... What? Dalen, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. So it says that because when I pause the timer, I press P, So you'll see it pop up a bunch of times and my timer will freeze and do whatever. I'm gonna check something really quickly. Speedrun.com. Since I don't have any splits to compare to, I want to see how I'm doing so far. To emulator runs. Also, I'm doing the English version, so I'm gonna need the English split. Dang, you don't got English splits. I'm actually doing really well, so this is very good news. Wow. 26. Wow, I'm like, yeah. Digimon 126 versus Digimon 118. Yeah, this is gonna be really good. I am excited. This is why we do this. I need to download that goose clip of him saying, what did he do? He beat SM64 or something. Doing another run? Let me see. What time is it right now? I could do another run. I'm gonna take a little break though. I don't know if I should do another run. I think I might. I think I may. But I will take a break first. I need to find this thing I'm thinking about. I'm gonna close that. Yeah, this is what my thing looks like. Again, super... hold on. My head. Excited to see the beginning of this game. I played the beginning of this game. Now it's gonna be 3 times. I don't know if I'll make it all the way up to Chimeramon again because I'm supposed to stop at 1:30, but I can probably keep going for a little bit because I don't think if I went to bed right now that I would actually be able to go to bed. Enjoy your break though. Get some snacks and water. I'll get some snacks later. I'll just drink some water for now. Yeah, I'll do that. But there's an R White Goose thing. He finished speedrunning SM64. He got a 2020 and he just said something so memey. World record in a month. No, probably not. I don't think so because the world record for emulator is just under 3.5 hours and it's on the Japanese version. Wait. Duh, I can get the Japanese thing. After I understand. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we can probably do it. See you tomorrow. Alright, Eyes Have Hills. Thank you so much. You are everything. You are so pog. We're gonna keep going for a little bit longer. Probably gonna start the run and then we'll see how long I can go until I pass out on stream. But let me see. What is this? Oh, I was watching. Not watching. I follow the 2048 stuff because I want to run 2048, but it's pointless. Hold on. I have to fix all of this stuff and I don't want you to see it right now because it's gonna hurt your eyes. It's hurting my eyes. I'm gonna minimize this. I will minimize this. Put this here. I'll keep that the same. Okay, what do you see now? You see this? Okay, you see it. Look, Linus. I watch Linus Tech Tips every single day. Every video. Except this one. I haven't seen this one yet. What is that? GTX 980 Ti in 2021. No thanks. I was watching the inauguration. I kind of skipped basically the entire beginning and I went straight to when he was sworn in, which in this video is about 1 hour, 48 minutes and something else. GDQ. 2 weeks ago. I haven't seen this. I love watching Sonic 06 speedruns because it's so disgusting. Why does it look like my YouTube page? Because this is your YouTube page. I logged into your YouTube. You gave me your password. Dream interview. R White Goose 2020 Mario. He's gonna say bad words and I'm scared, but you guys get it, right? How do I... Mario 64. I need to find this, please. This is why you never give up. Actually, the goose is loose. Apollo Legend. Rest in peace. Jesus. I really had a hard time processing this. I had a really hard time processing this. Isn't that the white supremacist? Yes. I watched... Okay, so... It's really hard because I like R White Goose's content on YouTube. Like, he's right there. You see? He's right here. But those chat logs are so disgusting. Look, it's this. These chat logs are so disgusting. And I don't know what to do. Because you know how Chick-fil-A hates gay people? I'm gay. Look what I had for dinner today. Chick-fil-A. What kind of person does that make me? If GDQ asked you to run Digimon for their RPG block, would you? Yes, 100%. 100%! That's like my dream! I love GDQ. But maybe we'll watch that. But there's one thing that happened that I found so hilarious. What did he do?
Goes away.
2020, baby.
And Ace exposed.
Also, there's gonna be bad words. Sorry.
This is me for the world record shitter I am.
I eventually.
Because eventually.
I need to download this entire thing. This whole clip is my favorite. Never watched and never what? Dane, what did you run? I feel like I've watched every GDQ thing. Rage 2. I must have seen it, Dane. Back in 2019, I must have seen it. There's no way I didn't see it. I watch GDQ videos to fall asleep at night because they are long. And then I just have a GDQ thing keep going. Let me see, how loud is this?
Yes! Yes!
Wait, stop. Okay, do it again. Okay. I need to download this clip. This is one of my favorite clips of all time. You watched every GDQ video? I don't watch all of the hot fixes, but I do watch like AGDQ and GDQ stuff. So summer games, awesome games. Yes! That's why you never give up.
Yes! That's what I'm fucking talking about, man. That's what I'm fucking talking about. After all this fucking bullshit. 2020. Yes! Yes! That's why you never give up. That's why you keep going and struggling. Because eventually it will all pay off in the end.
Oh, so inspirational.
2020. Perfect vision, baby.
When I first.
I'm gonna quote this when I sub 7 in Digimon World 3 finally after like a year. Yes! That's why you never give up. What did he say?
Why you never give up. Yes! That's why you never give up. That's why you keep going and struggling. Because eventually it will all pay off in the end. 2020. Perfect vision, baby.
Yeah. A part of me feels like I shouldn't give this guy anything. But I really like that clip. White supremacist getting a time of 2020. My thoughts on Apollo Legend. No, I can't even do that right now. I watched every single one of Apollo Legends videos from the very first video to the all of them before he had to take out all of the Billy Mitchell stuff. All the Billy Mitchell stuff is gone, right? Because he lost that lawsuit. I think it's all gone, yeah. That sucks, dude. It was pretty shady, though. It's pretty shady. Enjoying his content is like me enjoying R. Kelly music, knowing what happened. It's so bittersweet. Oh, dude. I will watch, like you can see, I have watched our White Goose's stuff, and it pains. One, he cheated. He cheated and he spliced a run. And he also is a nationalist, a white nationalist, and it's pretty manga-esque. And if you want to know more about it, I don't know if I should watch that here, because it's like kind of inappropriate. But this is the video you can watch, and it has the Imgur of the chat log. But it's really, ooh, it's manga, dude. It's manga. His stuff was so full of toxicity. Well, so I started watching Apollo Legend when Apollo Legend was doing these down here of like viewer submitted highlight stuff, which I don't know if that's true. Is that true? Because the whole thing was talking about how he was using clips and profiting off of it, not submitting. There's nothing wrong with white people. I'm dating a white girl, like blonde hair, blue eye, white girl. But if you look at these chat logs, then you'll start seeing some manga-esque stuff. But really, you gotta read it on your own. I'll put it in chat if you want to look at it. And you can determine for yourself what you think. I don't think anyone said there's something wrong with white people. I hope I didn't come off that way. I don't mean it in that way at all, but white nationalism is slightly different. Speedrunning needs content creators. That's what I was thinking too. I watched every single one of these. This was interesting. Narcissa Wright. I was very interested in this because Narcissa, formerly Cosmo, is one of the first people I really watched do speedrunning at all. So it was just, I think they're speedrunning again, aren't they? For sure, they've been back at it for a while. I saw them playing Pokemon Sword and Shield a long time ago when that came out, and I think that they're back in Ocarina of Time. I think they might have Reki'd at some point, actually. I don't remember where I saw this. Maybe on our White Goose's channel. They got Reki Ocarina of Time for a few days. Yeah. Nice. I think we've had our fill of white supremacists over the last few years. Oof, I can agree. I think we have. It's just unfortunate, man, because I don't even understand what my feelings are. Because again, back to the Chick-fil-A thing. I buy this is different, but I think you understand what I'm trying to compare with the current mental state I'm in. Chick-fil-A hates gay people. I still support Chick-fil-A. The workers, I love the Chick-fil-A workers. Oh my god, they're so good at what they do. Our White Goose, white nationalist. Don't know the status of any of that right now, because that video, those chat logs are from years ago. But still, I've never had ideals like that. Maybe the ideals have changed. Have no idea. Still watch his content because you can see I watched this. I don't even speedrun GoldenEye, but I just like watching what he does, and I watch Carl Jobs. I have no problem watching, but you get it. I watched all of these. I watch Linus every day. Except for, I don't watch the WAN shows. YouTube chat, I don't like YouTube chat. Like if I open the WAN show and I just see it, it makes me upset.
Live TV from
No, stop. Don't even. Salty Karen tears? What is this? No, thanks. Okay, skip ahead. Like, let me see this YouTube chat. Put this chat over. Are people saying Pog? Maybe I'm just seeing... Maybe I just want to see Pog. YouTube chat is so boring. Where are the emotes? Where's the culture? Pog. There's the culture. Poggers, yes. There it is. Do they do the WAN show on Twitch also? I know that I follow Linus Tech Tips on Twitch, but I think it's Linus playing Beat Saber most of the time whenever I see it. But is the WAN show also on Twitch? Supporting an anti-gay establishment is understandable as long as they taste good. And it's unfortunate that they do. I wish they didn't, so I would stop supporting them, but I can't. And Melissa did not support... She didn't not support, she just wasn't eating Chick-fil-A. And when we started dating, I was like, hey, you want to go to Chick-fil-A? Because it's close to my house. And we went. She really liked it. And then now I don't know, dude. Okay. I don't know if I can do another run. But I will. Linus does the WAN show on Twitch. Damn. I didn't even know that. Do you guys watch YouTube live streaming? Who's on here that's really big that does YouTube live streaming? Because I think the only person I would not watch Kit Boga on YouTube. I would watch Kit Boga on Twitch. I watched Kit Boga on YouTube for the highlights, like Kit Boga's right here. I would watch Linus on YouTube. Maybe. I would watch Jay on YouTube unless he has a Twitch, but I don't know if he does. I don't know. Gamers Nexus, I like his videos because they are informative, but they're also super boring to me. Sorry, Steve. But Jay and Linus are like my go-to tech channels. I like others, but... And Bitwit. Oh my god, I forgot about Bitwit. Dang. Sorry, Bitwit. Austin Evans. So Austin kind of annoys the crap out of me sometimes. I think I'm subscribed to him though. Paul! Oh my god, Paul! I'm so sorry. Austin, I am subscribed to him. Bitwit, I love when he does Lyle stuff. Like when we watched the Verge video. That's probably his most popular video. If it's not, it's probably a PC build. Like, this is how you build a PC. Yeah. Try not to cringe. Is that Lyle? I think that is. I love this video. You can watch it, maybe. Austin Evans, what is he doing right now? I haven't watched a video of his in a long time. I watched these because I like mystery tech stuff. I watch sometimes like there's one particular guy I watch a lot where they just buy those boxes, liquidation boxes, and they open it and it's like it's supposed to be a tech box, and sometimes they get some cool stuff. But I haven't seen recent Austin Evans stuff. Maybe I'll try again, but Linus had done like a PC building speedrun, I guess, with Jay's 2 cents and Gamers Nexus, and Austin and Linus were casting it, I guess. And Austin was just so annoying to me. Let me see. Okay, let me try an Austin Evans video and see if I still think the same thing. But I need to give it a fair shot. I need to see. Wish AirPods? Nah, I like Wish computer parts. Or AliExpress computer parts. AliExpress 200-watt power supply. Where is that? That's not even real, probably. I don't know. They have to find a replacement for LTX. That was for LTX, wasn't it? For virtual LTX? The car is a gaming PC. It seems really scam baity. Is it? Wait, that looks like an Itasha, actually. Maybe it's not. AMD versus Intel. Don't make a mistake. Okay. Alright, Austin. Who am I supposed to go with? AMD or Intel?
Story. Jack and Barbara, professional wildlife photographers and B&H.
What are you gonna tell me?
Is winning. So not too long ago, AMD was really relegated to the bargain bin of laptops. However, now, if you want to buy a high-end laptop,
Okay. I know he's wearing jeans, but I don't like collared button-down shirts and then not tucking it in. It just looks not appealing. There are some, because they're too long. They hang over too long. I don't like it. This is an opinion, of course. Like, this does not matter to anybody. But I just don't like it. There are some shirts made by some company where they make this shorter so it looks better. But I don't like how much these normally hang over to wear outside of jeans without a belt. Maybe if you were wearing khakis or something, it would look better. Because it would... I don't know. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Red have some of the best options out there. So when HP reached out and wanted to sponsor a video on their brand new Ryzen Mobile 4000 series laptops, it
Ryzen?
seemed like the perfect time to explore
This is
exactly
sponsored?
how, in a matter of just a couple of years, AMD were able to leapfrog Intel not only on the desktop side, but even on the laptop front. Now, of course, this video is sponsored by HP, but that sponsorship has no bearing on the facts and how we actually got to this point.
Oh. I thought... Is it sponsored by HP to... Okay.
So for many years, Intel were
If you wear a
absolutely
button down
dominant.
without
Intel
tucking,
would
I don't
provide
like it.
brand new
I'm glad that
generation
you
of
agree.
processors that would shrink the process node to improve that performance and that efficiency, as well as redesigning their cores to give you more and more performance. And this is something that we saw for almost a decade straight, up until just a little while ago. And especially at the end of that kind of run of just complete and total dominance, AMD were in rough shape. They had some okay desktop chips, but
I think it's just his inflection. I don't like... I don't know. I'm subscribed to him, so I think I'm subscribed to him because I liked the Wish stuff, the Wish PC stuff, but I don't know. Linus's voice is also different, but this is just like, it just doesn't work for me. How could a sponsorship possibly sway someone? I got sponsored by Razer. They sent me this microphone, and they told me to do stuff about it. And I did. And I like it. I do like it. And I like Razer products, and I know a lot of people hate them because they're very premium and stuff, but... What does a sponsorship have to do with this? He was telling me about AMD or Intel. I thought this was sponsored so that... Never mind, it doesn't matter what I was thinking, because whatever I was thinking was wrong. Sell out? I'm sponsored by Razer. Please use my code. But actually don't. It doesn't matter. It's like 10%. That's nothing. Just go buy whatever you want to buy. I have codes actually for Logitech, Corsair, and Razer. And I was trying to get with NZXT and ZXT. I don't think I'm big enough for that yet. I'll probably never be big enough for that.
also has 8 cores, but this is with the Ryzen 7 4700U. Over on the Intel
Okay.
side, they actually have recently announced their 11th generation mobile processors. However, as of recording
Okay.
this video, they're still a little ways out from actually being released, so we'll have to wait and see exactly how they stack up. But for now, I have a couple of 10th gen laptops available. First,
So with Ryzen, when he says whatever you, is that the same as Intel, where the power consumption is just not as great as a desktop processor? Is that the same thing? Does that mean something different?
First of all, I have their slightly older school style Skylake based Core i7-10810U, which actually packs a full 6 cores in a 15-watt form factor. However, the graphics, as you'll see shortly, are definitely of the older school variety.
Okay.
On the other hand, we have a Core i7-1065G7 powered laptop. And
That
this
laptop's
has 4
thin.
cores of their new Sunny Cove 10 nanometer based chip. However, while it does have better GPU, as you'll see, it is down on CPU compared to everything else here in this comparison.
Are all mobile processors soldered? Are any of them not soldered on?
So it's a little bit of a not mixed up.
I like the format of Austin's videos, but I just don't.
More fragmented, I suppose.
I don't find Austin as a host super charming. Not charming like, oh, I want to date you, sir, but I don't know. I don't know how to even describe it. Like, it can be Linus in front of the camera, it could be Riley, it could be Luke, it can be, what's his name? What's his name?
You can see that AMD pretty much take a
What's his name?
So on the CPU front, they have a little bit of an advantage on the single-threaded side, but specifically because they just have so many more cores, and that same TDP
Wow, that's gonna bother me. Okay. I need to know his name. James! It's James. James. I like James a lot. I think James would be good with his own channel. I like Riley. All of these people, literally all of these people. I love them all. Writing on the phone makes my writing look bad. I'm pretty sure they are soldered. Soldier 76. Austin is talking to you. Linus is hype with you. Yeah. And I just like, I watched Gamer Nexus's video about how Linus videos are made and the set and stuff, and I like how James, whenever he's writing the script for the videos, if he is writing the script for the videos, they always reread it to make sure it matches what Linus would naturally sound like. I feel like Austin doesn't naturally sound like that whenever I see him in any other thing, like Scrapyard Wars or something. Riley, James, Linus, Colton. Colton's funny. Who else? Yvonne. Yvonne is so funny. I like her roasts. Luke is a good host, also. All of them are just good. Dennis? I just like Dennis. Austin Evans, just replace yourself as the host and make it the Dennis channel. Dennis Tech Tips. Colton's funny, but he always looks super lost. This is James, right? Yeah. And then Jake. I like Jake too. Has Jake done videos? Hosted them? I think he has.
These are not the same. What? How are these even the same class?
These are surprisingly different.
This one's so much more subdued. Quiet,
Okay.
stealthy.
Oh no.
Oh, Riley. Okay, Alex. I don't like Alex. I don't like Alex. Hosting. I like his work and I appreciate him, but I don't like when he hosts. Anthony? Oh, dude, Anthony is the bomb. Anthony is sick.
Oh.
Are these even mechanical?
I just don't like Alex. It's kind of the same thing
I mean, this
with
might
the
as well
Austin
just be
Evans stuff.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, am I gonna pick this one even though I didn't like it right away?
I don't even know what that switch is.
These are brutal.
No, thank you.
I don't even like this one.
I don't know any of these people except Linus. That's okay. I really like all of them, truly, but I only like some of them as hosts.
Silence? What's that?
Anthony's the big dude. Is Anthony in this? I don't think he is.
Well, this is okay.
I think he's chilling behind the camera, actually. This guy, is this Eddie? Is that his name?
This feels familiar. Very familiar.
Keyboard B feels really pretty.
Is his name Eddie? Or am I
It's
just...
like the Switch just like has a tighter tolerance, so it just goes in smooth and like quickly.
Hey, I don't know what happened. Aw, Snake. Thank you so much for the raid. I am going to be doing another attempt of Digimon World DS in like, I don't know what, in like a minute, I promise, but you are so pog. What were you doing, by the way? What were you just streaming?
Very smooth, very easy to press.
These ones feel like a little bit more refined, almost like the stroke
Is there more
smoother
Alex?
overall.
So I can
Feels
maybe
so
change
tight
my
and
opinion on
just more
Alex.
Premium for some reason.
Right off the bat, I like this one. Just the feel of it.
I like Yvonne.
Champion cold.
She's just funny. I like how she roasts
629
Linus.
Tangerine. Oh, 62 gram. I just said 69.
No Huh.
Yes.
This video will not change your opinion on
Yes, I'm a
Alex.
genius, I'm a
He
keyboard
says
genius.
something smart here. When they do linear switches, are these the linear switches? I can't even tell. I don't know what these are. He says, "Do you want poop or diarrhea?" And I'm like, that's how I feel about linear switches. Okay. Let me do a short circuit video because Alex is in a lot of those. Look, that's Anthony. Anthony is so good at everything. I love Anthony. I'm gonna mention another thing later about Anthony, a video that he was in that I enjoyed a lot. This is James. He's a fantastic host. There's Anthony again. This is Alex. Alex just pisses me off, kinda. Let me see. Let me go to uploads. Whenever Alex is testing out anything, he's always messing with it cringily rough. I just got my keyboard based on aesthetic. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Want to save money on gaming gear?
What was she
Try
doing?
Capital One Shopping. You should download
At least it's on. I checked to see if it was on.
it because it's totally free.
She's holding it right. It just looked kind of cringe. What is that? Was she shaking it or am I just hallucinating?
Automatically applies coupon codes at checkout and compares prices while you shop.
That's a PS5 controller. You were holding a Xbox One, sweetie? Okay.
So,
Alright, let me see him unbox this. It's probably the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I hate when he unboxes things.
maybe it's actually not that bad. In Orlando, they made
There's the negativity, Alex.
high-rise where you could. It's ridiculous rich people stuff. Just
Oh, goodness gracious. Excuse me. Crimson, thank you so much for the follow. I will do things in a minute, I swear. But we appreciate that you're here. Feel free to hang out with us as long as you want.
stupid stuff that I never want to do. But
Okay,
we can with
Alex.
this laptop.
Oh,
It's, you know,
Alex.
it's not as much as their watches. It comes at $1,400. So maybe it's actually not that bad. Let's get into it.
Okay.
This isn't it. This right here is the optional accessories for the Porsche Design Book RS. And it's a $330 option for which you get a mouse.
What
You
is
get
that?
This. Yeah, I don't know what this is for. It feels good.
Is it for the
I'm guessing
power
it's so that you
supply?
can chuck your mouse and whatever else you want in
Oh,
there.
that makes sense.
And then down here we get the carrying case. Hey Andy, would you spend $330 to get this leather folio thing?
I
This
want him to take the computer
cover,
out.
And
I feel like whenever he
this edge right here
touches technology,
would be
he
comfortable on
ruins
hand,
it
but it's
by throwing it to the ground or something. Just if you watch multiple videos of Alex unboxing stuff, it gets really cringe. The Pyramid PC for D-Brand. Oh shoot, I just spoiled it.
okay.
I think it was kind of obvious who it was
we
for
got
though.
another little cart.
Not lttstore.com.
And Porsche design. I'm gonna keep on going. I want to see what.
Yo, Raymond, good luck with that lesson.
This is a lot of box for the laptop.
And he'll get like I never do this when I'm purchasing a laptop, but he'll be like, "Do you see that deck flex?" And it's just, of course, Alex, we see it. Yes.
Yeah, you are definitely paying for the box here. 65-watt charger over Type-C. That's pretty good.
Two
And
more on
then
Friday.
Over here we get international travel.
I don't
okay,
know.
I'm confused.
What is that?
So we also have a 65-watt barrel charger for some reason.
That's
Okay, well,
weird.
that's
I
it.
don't get that.
A lot of companies
For the end of the
have been,
stream,
you know,
I think I'm gonna do
moving
like
towards-
I'm gonna do one more attempt. I think of Digimon World DS. I don't know if I'm gonna get as far as Chimeramon this time, but I'm gonna try so I can still fix the mistakes I'm making in the beginning. Because I'm making a lot of progress tonight with it. I'm just trying to find something, and then we'll
much more biodegradable
continue.
and generally earth-friendly packaging. I think it's
But
pretty
welcome,
safe to say
Ando.
that given pretty much all of this is just foam that
Deckflex is actually a metric,
smells
useful
like it came
metric
straight
because
from
it
a refinery.
demonstrates how well protected the
This
motherboard
right
is.
here is not
That's
great for
fair.
the environment.
Is he gonna slam it on the desk? No.
Interesting.
I'm disappointed.
Okay, wow.
Durcell, how are you doing?
It's 2.65 pounds and it actually feels really light. Definitely just chuck this in your backpack. I'm surprised how light it feels actually. Okay, so I just looked it up and it turns out this actually is a real carbon fiber panel on the back here. So it's, what was that, 3K carbon fiber. The whole like chassis is made out of 65 like.
Is he gonna
but
take it
it's kind of
apart?
it also has a Gorilla Glass screen, so you know. What are your thoughts on how it looks so far, Jono?
I think it looks cool.
It feels light. It is actually really light. I don't know. For me personally, it's kind of trying too hard. It's got those real like.
I think it looks kind of cool.
Almost racery vibes. And first, they would put a sheet on the back. Good for us. HDMI. But anyway, its size.
Okay. Nothing I said about anything about Alex is being demonstrated right now. But usually Alex is very rough with his unboxings and slamming stuff on the... He will literally take a laptop and slam it on a desk to demonstrate something. He does open it up. I feel like he'll be more careful when he opens it up. Does he open it? There's the deck flex. How is the deck flex, out of curiosity?
Their solid sense of style and desire for a super lightweight laptop.
Stop, Alex.
granted people with heaps of cash. You can see the whole deck just kind of flexes.
Yeah, that's a little scary.
Like, it's not a lot. And the switches actually are quite good. But it's the sort of thing that you just don't see on laptops that are this expensive with an i5.
He did open it.
Not upgrading the RAM in this thing, which you kind of do expect.
iFixit! Oh my god, I have an iFixit. iFixit! Jay's ad for iFixit is the best ad I always watch. Merch? Oh man, no way. There could be no way. I need to buy a set of iFixit tools. Please do. It is the best thing ever. I love iFixit. Lifetime warranty, by the way. Okay, let me get out of this. And I have to reset up basically everything. Keep it school appropriate. Hinesley, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I have to reset up everything. Put this back up. Dristel, I saw you earlier, but I think I said hi to you mentally and then I didn't do it the way I should have. I'm sorry. Let's see, put my chat over here again so I can try to read it. I was talking about you today. Where? On Twitch? Drink water? Thank you so much. Yes, I need to before I do this because I'm tired and I probably shouldn't do this again, but I'm gonna try to. Now I need to scroll up in my notes. Alright. Load state from reset. Check, check, check. The sound's gonna be... maybe I'll turn it down a little bit. Check. Should be fine. Banger alert. Where is the lie? There is no lie. It's a trick question. Okay. Am I good to use the SO command? Yeah, for sure. You can... That's what it's there for. Okay, I'm gonna start, now. Okay. If you are seeing this game for the first time, I'm gonna move my mouse out of the way so you don't have to see it while I'm playing this game. It's called Digimon World DS. Basically, I'm just a normal schoolgirl in the computer lab in the summer. And I heard about Digimon. I don't know much about it, so I decided to Google it on the Digimon browser. And as I'm trying to find out more about it, some paranormal message pops up and it says, "Want to see the digital world," or something stupid. And then I get sucked into a computer. Want to open the door to the digital world, which was basically my fantasy as a child. I 100% wanted to be sucked into my computer and be with Digimon, and then eventually go home to my family. All Digimon fans had that fantasy. It was hard not to, right? So I spawn here for some reason, I don't know why. And I have no idea what's around my neck. A Digivice has somehow appeared around my neck. I walk into the direction of where I hear voices because I don't know what else to do. I'm sure I would do the same thing if I was in this situation. And these Digimon are giving a lesson about Digimon to Digimon, about how to be a good Digimon and grow up to be a strong one. It's like Digimon World 2, Digimon 2 anime being stuck into the computer, okay. Yeah, I don't know how much of this I'm gonna be able to do if I'm already having this much trouble reading. I play mostly mecha games, Digimon, and fantasy games right now, but I'm gonna be a variety streamer. That's awesome. Yeah, go follow Snake if you want some of that, because that sounds like a good time. And as Pog, I fantasize more about being in the digital world than being a woman. Interesting. I can't read either. You good? Okay, so the Digimon disappeared. If I was in this situation, I would do the exact same thing this chick did and follow them so I could get out of there. Right now I have no idea where I am, but this is our home base that we're going to be in a lot. The portal that I'm standing on is the portal that we use to go to different maps where we can encounter wild Digimon bosses. The pink portal is where we're eventually going to have a Digimon farm, where Digimon that we meet along the way, we can raise them there and eventually put them into our party as our official team. So Terriermon really helped me out with figuring out what I needed to do next, and this guy decided to literally run into my face. And I have just discovered now that I am not the only human here in the digital world. So this guy decides to show me his Digimon farm to show me how ahead of me he is. Wow, so impressive, really cool. I fantasize about being a woman. Oh, whoops, wrong chat. Well, this is the chat. This is the chat for it. I find more humans. One of them is the scientist. The scientist tells me about how I was pretty much chosen to be here, and now I have to kind of follow the rules of this world. And he's gonna ask me something about, like, do I think I can do it? And you have a choice of saying yes or no. Like I do right now. Right now. And if you tell him, like, you don't really think you can do it, he'll be like, oh, come on, I know you can do it. Like, he won't let you say no, so... You have to do all this stuff. CV Angemon explains the ranking system. Explains the ranking system for you, and is like, you're basically a nobody right now. You can't even have a Digimon because you're such a nobody. And I say thank you, sir. And he tells me some of the stuff that I can do in order to raise my tamer rank from bronze to silver to gold to platinum and finally to Tamer King, which they should have had maybe a queen option, maybe kinda, sorta, but it's all good. No problem. Moments with Ty. Moment Ty. But thou must. So now I'm there. This tutorial text is really long. So hopefully I can get better at commentating all of this stuff. In case someone ever needs an RPG thing, an RPG block. And they're like, wow, we've never seen a Digimon run before. And actually, there have been Digimon runs at ESA and GDQ and the big RPG one that I can't think about what it is. It's escaping me. Limit Break. I gotta name you. World Wonder Next Order. This game was at an RPG limit break, but Tricro only did up to Chimeramon, so basically what I have been doing. 420, 1602, 420, 1602, 420, 1602, 420, 1602, 420, 1602. (10407-002). Why do you have to tell me this every time? 107. Wait, 104-007-02. Ah! Oh, I see what I did. That's my bad. 104-007-002. It's 002, not 007. 20,000, 630, 20,000, 630. Okay. Okay. Now I have to go back to my tutorial people so they can explain what I should be doing now. Which I should probably pay attention to. So CV Angemon does not really play a part in my ranking up at the beginning at all. It's these big dudes that you see as you rank up, and my first task that Azulongmon is gonna make me go do is I have to go back to Data Forest and help Gabumon find something that he dropped, which is the most common thing in RPGs ever, I think. I think this isn't Daijobu? I think it isn't Daijobu? What? What's not Daijobu? Is everything okay, chat? Are you Daijobu? Oh, 420 kick W. I know. It's just easier for me to group the numbers that way. 420, 1602. 420, 1602 is just too much. But maybe for the sake of not kecking myself. Oh wait, this isn't even what I was talking about. Momentai is a Chinese slang referencing the movie Terramon saying Daijobu. Huh? Really? I didn't know that. The Terramon and Digimon Momentai being Chinese slang fits for Terriermon and Tamers. Henry Wong. Chotto mate. Don't tell me we were searching for one apple or something like that. No, we're, so, very soon after this, I'm gonna have to come back here because Gabumon, is the equipment manager of, the Tamer Union. You can buy equipment from Gabumon, and they dropped something, they want me to go get it, and then eventually, because I did such a nice thing for them, Gabumon just gives it to me. The one on Tamer references that, but since his Tamer is Chinese. Henry Wong. Yes, I remember. Joe isn't a proper Mandarin word. Let me think about what I'm doing now. I have to go to the farm. Yes. That's the pink portal that we talked about. Whee! Yes, I do. Okay. Now, here's the farm tutorial. I don't really need it. And I'm gonna get my task, which is now the Gabumon thing that we talked about, where Gabumon dropped something and I have to go help him pick it up because he doesn't want to do it himself. Poyomon. Unfortunately, I don't scan Poyomon. It's sad. Okay. But I will scan the dots. Boom, boom, boom. Hakuna Matata? Nice. Bum, bum. The first thing I forgot, which is stupid because it's in every Digimon game after this, is making sure that you actually put the Digimon from your Digibank into your party. And that's something that's still true today with Digimon games. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going back to the same place. We're gonna go see what the problem with Gabumon is, even though we already know. Excuse me? I almost skipped this encounter. I'm at the trigger. So, when I was running Digimon World 3, my first ever run... Oh my god! I can't get away from this! What disgusting luck at the very beginning of this. That's disgusting. The very first time I had completed a full run of Digimon World 3, a really weird thing happened. We can look at it before I get off Twitch, log off, turn the stream off. Words that you use to stop streaming. Stop streaming. This is insulting. I just want to get better at this game, and it's doing this to me. Giving me the worst encounters that it can possibly give me. Thanks. I had passed a trigger somehow for a boss, and I got the creepiest message, and it said like, "We've been waiting for you." It was so scary and I didn't know what was wrong. I'll show you what's supposed to happen and what happened to me. Later. Get out of my way. Whee! Okay, note to self, grab that item up there, don't miss it this time. It's okay if I get in on the way back, but then I'm slightly backtracking and I don't want to do that. Get this item, get this item, get this item. Good job, memory. Oh! That's so lame. You are so lame. Bolt power 2! That's very useful. A lot of Digimon have low resistance to thunder. Or lightning? Thunder, lightning? Lightning, thunder. Goggles? Okay. Goggles are cool. Black Mirror? No. I have not. Can you explain it to me? I've seen a show called Black Mirror. Kick-ass show. Error connecting to web eval service. Interesting. Try again? That's not even... That is not something in the script that I wrote. Eesh. Error connecting to web eval service. I feel like if I did it, I would win nothing, because that's how my luck is in real life. You won a sub 7 run of Digimon World 3. Never. Come on, don't do it to me. Oh my god, you did it to me. Yet I'm oddly satisfied with the result. Firepower S! Nice. That's super pog. That's like a 2% chance. 2.5% chance. Beautiful. This flee rate is so... it's so bad. Wow. It's just getting worse and worse every time I do this. It's all good. It's for the practice. Drink water. That's a good idea. I know that you did it earlier. I just couldn't find a good time to do it. Thank you, Ninja Chaos. Yeah. Gabumon is the equipment manager where you can buy equipment from at the Union office. Gave them a new copy of Digimon World 3. So that's a reference to, DJ Skype is a streamer. They like RPGs and puzzle games. And I had talked about how I wanted to run Digimon World 3 on my PlayStation. But my disc was having issues in certain areas. Like, it has issues loading basically the entire north sector. It's really bad. And DJ Skype was like, you can have my game. And I was like, what? Nah, dude, Are you being real? He was like, yes. And I still have it. He put a note in it also. It was so nice. Unfortunately, when I put the disc in, it's like Omega broken. Not broken, it's not physically damaged, but I mean, I guess it has to be, but it's not in half or anything. It's just, it is super glitchy. A lot of the maps have problems. So I bought a new game from Luki Games. So basically, it's a point-and-click game, like, oh my god. Point and click, like monkey, with a slight touch of horror and mystery. Slight touch. Summoning demons. Curtains closed, no light. As the summoning went on, a voice was laughing and a face appeared on the screen. Monka? That sounds like my horrifying Gilmon story, except not at all. My Gilmon story is just... makes me Monka because that same Gilmon is in my room. I look at him sometimes to make sure he hasn't moved. The demon was coming for you? No. We're not gonna let anything get to you. Chat will protect you. That Gilmon scares me. I'm only keeping it because one, it's really cool and a great childhood memory, but also I need to make sure that if I put it in like the attic or something, it's not gonna randomly not be there and then it'll kill me. I need to know where it is at all times. Another Digimon stream, but not 3. We're gonna reserve Digimon World 3 Corgi for weekends or holidays that I have off because I can't commit 11 hours to Digimon World 3, and even right now I'm pushing it probably more than I'm supposed to be. I was supposed to stop at 1:30, but I kept going for another run. I might stop before Chimeramon because I don't think I should keep streaming. Third attempt. Just leave out some bread for him. So, I can pull him out again, actually. I don't know if you guys remember any of his voice lines, but one of his voice lines is, "I'm hungry." And there's a piece of meat that has a little bone. I think I lost the little bone. And, he can chomp on it. Like, you put it in his mouth, it's magnetic, and he can chomp on it and the bone pops out. It's kind of cute, but terrifying because one day that might be my bones. Only 30 minutes past your bedtime. It's gonna be 2 hours past my bedtime if I keep going with this run. I don't know if I can do it. Let me see what split I'll get up to. Yeah, I really should not keep going. I'll stop at... I'm gonna stop at the spider split. Like, I will finish the spider split and I will stop. I cannot be up for another 2 hours. What headset are you wearing? This headset's extra sketch because I got it on Amazon for like $15. And I don't even think it's the same company anymore. It's like a... The brand is called Okimura, and I think it's in my specs? Do I still have a specs? A specs tablet? A specs panel in my Twitch? Polecat, I will literally send it to you. I can't think of what the new name of the brand is, but if you just type in on Amazon, gaming headset, red gaming headset, then it should show up. But I will find the Amazon link and I will whisper it to you on Twitch. Maker0, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to hang out with us as much as you want. This is my 3rd run of the day and I'm like gonna die and I have to work in a few hours, so I think I'm only gonna do up to the spider split. I will finish the spider split and then I'll be back tomorrow with the same game. Maybe trying the second half, but I still don't feel super confident with this first half. Did you see the tweet I tagged you in? Is it about the games that you really liked? I saw it. I thought I liked it. The one that you said was your favorite, I did not know, though. I think it was on the bottom right-hand corner, maybe? That could be totally wrong. You said this game is my favorite, and I couldn't tell what it was. A lot of people don't know that game. Can you tell me what it is again? I don't even know if the title of the game was clearly written on there. Because I can't even think of what it was. I ordered an LG 733. Nope, it's a good one. I'm sure it will be. This headset is good. It was like 15 bucks and still working. I had a Turtle Beach headset a long time ago, so for it being as expensive as it was, they're kind of the same to me. I had a Turtle Beach headset from my Xbox 360, like super bougie. Did not need it, but it was better than like the one call center headpiece thing I had with the...
I can't believe this is really happening.
Oh no.
Today, I'm living.
Ninja Chaos 25 bits. I forgot that even was... I forgot that I had special things. Thank you for the 25 bits and the amazing corgi emote. I'm sorry that I can't process things right now, but you are so pog. I hope you know that. Please know that. Literally a reason why I'm still alive and awake. Because they make me drink water every stream. I bought my Corsair headset as a present for a friend, then another friend ended up gifting them with the same headset, so I kept them. Yo, sick! I've never seen that alert. Yeah, I have special alerts for some stuff, but I don't even remember what they all are. I think one of them, my favorite one is 112. I know that one is there. I hope I cut out the bad words in the 112. The 25, I think, it was SpongeBob, right? So I love SpongeBob references. What's funnier than 24? Donate all the bits? No, not necessary. I was just very confused when I heard that alert because I've never heard it before, but I do have special alerts. I guess no one has donated that amount before. Ichigo Jam, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. Feel free to hang out with us as long as you want. Oh god. Welcome to the stream. I can't believe this is really happening. $50 more? What the heck? I don't deserve this Ninja Chaos. Thank you so much for the 50 bits. That is very generous of you and not necessary at all. You know that. I hope you know that. But you are so pog. You're so pog even when you're not donating bits. No. I have no voice. I'm not gonna have any voice when I teach tomorrow. Tomorrow? Wait, in a few hours. In 5 hours. Not 5, more like 6, really. Okay, I'm gonna do one more split after this one, because I should not be going to bed later than 3:30 on a weekday, even though sometimes I already do because of just not being able to sleep. Life lesson for your students, don't stay up late streaming Digimon instead of sleeping. Oh man. The things I wish I could tell them about all of that stuff. Because they're always asking me about streaming, but I don't tell them what my thing is. They just find it. It's so fun to talk to them about gaming though, because you can relate to them and they listen to you more when you relate to them. Oh, Pog. Bronze. Pog. Next observer. This is the fill arc. Yeah, I'm only doing one more split. It's not gonna take very long either. And then I'll show you the Xuanwu text box stuff. Super creepy at the moment. I had no idea what I was doing wrong, and then other Digimon World 3 runners were in my chat and they were like, oh, never seen that before. Super weird. Who even needs sleep? I definitely think that over the summer, like I'm just like, I want to take in every single moment of the summer because it's my time off, you know? But during the actual school year, I am messing myself so up. Wait, did you hear what I just said? That's how tired I am. I am messing myself up. But not in... maybe in an unhealthy way. Yeah, maybe in an unhealthy way. But I like to stream, and I like Digimon. And I'm not... At the end of the school day, I still feel really good. Like, oh, Palmon, why are you always in my way when I finish this text? I still feel good at the end of the school day and energetic. It's probably because of the kids. The kids are the reason I'm so energetic. Thank God for them. And you guys are the reason why I can do this. I know I look really tired right now, because I am, but if I was not chilling with you guys while I was practicing runs or something, I would give up much earlier. That's really early for an encounter, but okay. Sure. Oh. Why is my flee rate so bad, dude? It's so bad. Look at that. Let me go. Let me go. I did it. I fled. I really did it. Oh, really, my dude? Where are your repels? I don't know, Terror. Terror. I feel like when I say your name, I just don't even speak correct English. Terror. Terror. Can you imagine not being able to speak English while being an English speaker? Okay. A few more vines. Oh, Terra. Terra? Like, I was gonna say Attack on Titan Terra. I meant Teen Titans. I'm so tired. Attack on Titan Terra. Remember her? In Attack on Titan. I guess this is useful. I failed fleeing. Ugh. Terror Force. Terror Force. Yeah, that's what it'll officially be. Anytime I have a War Greymon ever, instead of Terror Force, it will officially be Terror Force. For Terror. Terror. Did someone say Teen Titans Go? Yes. Well, first I said Attack on Titan Junior High, and then I said Teen Titans Go. Which Teen Titan? I was actually talking about legit Teen Titans. I love legit Teen Titans. My mom watched that show with me. She liked it too. Attack on Teen Titans Go. Nice. Very nice. Okay, last split. I'm gonna give this everything I got, maybe. I'll give it 75% of what I got. I'm gonna get an encounter, I can feel it. Watch this. Watch this. It's gonna be just before that purple platform, maybe. Oh! Now that's just my fault. I would have gotten the encounter anyway, but I should know better than to do that. Kids Next Door. Kids Next Door was Pog. Oh man, that's so crazy that now... I was a kid when watching Kids Next Door, and I was not a teenager yet. And I thought teenagers were icky and stupid, and then I became a teenager, and now I'm an adult, and... Too bad about the sequel for Kids Next Door. I want to say I heard something about that, but I'm probably just now hallucinating. What did I say? Did I say sequel, or did I say other words? There is no reason for me to even be speaking to people right now. I am so tired. Ah, that's a split. Did I miss something important? No. Hold on, I really need to read this before I do anything else. When do I de-digivolve them? Oh, okay, that's like way later. Okay, friends. So, I'll keep the music on for a little bit. So, if you want to see more Digimon World DS speedruns, I'm gonna be doing this again tomorrow at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. More than likely. I should be. If there's an emergency, I will let you guys know on Twitter and Discord. If you are a Twitter person, feel free to follow me on Twitter. My Twitter is on the top left-hand corner. No, that's not correct. School_TTV. I will follow you back because my timeline is so boring. Because it's a bunch of people from like high school. And just like engagement stuff. It's annoying and I mean, if you guys got engaged, I'd be more happy than seeing people from high school getting engaged, TBH. Like, at the end of stream, I'm sorry, Neko. I am gonna do a quick thing, because I feel like watching it now. I'm not gonna be on for too much longer, but again, if you want to see more Digimon speedruns, I speedrun Digimon World 3. I know Digimon World 3 really well. This game, I am practicing and getting to know better, and we're already doing, like, very well in comparison to the splits I've seen, but these are from years ago, so I can only assume that it's gonna be better. Tomorrow I'm gonna be doing the same part, I think, from the beginning to Chimeramon, so that's about half of the game. I may keep going into the second half of the game if I feel comfortable enough with this first part, because right now I still don't, and I need to optimize it to the best of my ability so that when I actually run it for the first time, I can get a time that isn't ass. That's just my process of how I like to do things for this kind of thing. The next Digimon game is either Digimon World Dawn, Digimon Championship, or Digimon World. I'm not sure yet, but I still have a lot to do with this game. Okay. Let's look at the thing I wanted to look at. You don't have to. If you are done for the day, that's all good. I totally get it. If you're like, oh god, she stopped playing, now she's gonna speak again, then I totally get it. Let me see. Okay, get rid of this. I didn't change anything in my notes. There's my zoom setting, so you can see how I do this. You see this? You see me in this green screeny looking thing? It's not. It's lights. I am a scam. I don't care what game you play, to be honest. Thank you, Dennis. I think it might be Digimon World, because I had actually practiced Digimon World any percent with manips and stuff, but I just didn't like it. It wasn't super fun to me. The any percent for that. Any percent for Digimon World 3 is fun to me, mostly because it's just playing the game. It's not like any weird MIPS? But maybe like a legacy thing. That would be pretty cool. Championship, it seems like it would be kind of boring maybe for people, but it would still be interesting to do as like an extra thing maybe. World 1 has glitches. It does. And the RNG manip, I did not understand for a while, but thank God Qtora is just so good at explaining things. Qtora, I appreciate you if you're here. You're probably not, but Qtora, I appreciate you. You are so cool. So pog. Manips are super hard for World 1. It was really weird, like the back stepping thing. I didn't really get it at first, but if you've ever thought about speedrunning Digimon... I need to drink water. If you've ever thought about speedrunning Digimon ever, the Digimon speedrunning community, hopefully you figured this out by now, is really cool. Super helpful. I mean, everything I learned with Digimon World 3 was with the help of other people, and with this game, like, we had Nikki Noel chilling in here, helping out a little bit, which I appreciate a lot because they ran this game, and it's good. World 1 Max Prosperity is fun. I don't know. I'll look at the World 1 categories. That's my second favorite Digimon game, and probably my second favorite game ever. Digimon World 3, Digimon World. So I like it a lot. I just need to find the category that fits me best, I think. Which probably is one of the longer ones where I actually get to play the game. How about card battle? Oh, I don't know about that one. I like card battling in Digimon World 3, but I don't know about like the actual Digimon card battle game. Oh, gross, it's me. We're not gonna look at that. Let me look at my videos. Wait, how do I do that? School appropriate. 3.2? That's a lie. There's no way. 2 views, pog. Nice! I don't believe that. That is a lie. That's a scam. That's not true. Videos. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this tab. I'm gonna pull up the Schwan Wu text box. Clips. Top. No, not 24 hours. 24 hours? You guys are clipping stuff? What the heck? I watch all of your clips. So thank you for doing that all. There it is, Schwanwood text box. Super weird. Ew, what is this face? Disgusting. Okay, where's an actual run? So I'm gonna show you what it's supposed to look like. And then what it looked like for me. It was weird. Strange. Highlights. Excuse me, where is my speedrun? Am I even a speedrunner? No. It's all a scam. Excuse me, where... Look, Fortnite. I did play Fortnite on Twitch. That's not what I'm looking for. 70813. Where's my 702? It doesn't matter, like, this is fine. I'm going to... No, you're not gonna do nothing. Excuse me. Anything that costs money is too expensive. Pelch, do I rest? Wow, I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh my God. What are you doing? Oh my God. What are you doing? Look at the screen. How did I get a 708 with this? Did you see that? Disgusting movement. Disgusting. Sometimes. You were so vile. Where is Xuan Wu?
Tusk? No. Oh, I'm not.
I am so
What if
confused.
the game just stops? Ow, I remembered.
Oh yes, okay, it was
Nothing
right
happened
there.
this time.
It's
I
right
kinda
there.
tried to...
Okay, you'll see in just a minute, but here, I'll make this big.
Rob, thank you. I bet you woke up, right? You just woke up. Am I gonna die? No. Not right now, I'm not.
Oh, cringe. Cringe. The movement was more vile than that shirt. What? That shirt is my good luck shirt. I need to wear that again. Was this the PB? No, this is like an old PB, so I guess it is a PB. But my PB is 702. This is my 708 that I got, which is why look at my splits. Minus 23 minutes. Minus 23 minutes. So this is what's supposed to happen in
Guard plug.
when you go up the ladder. Check that out. Look at this.
Am I full? Yes.
I'm such a loser. What am I doing?
Oh, it didn't happen this time. I kind of tried to go around.
So you chill up there. You walk up here and there's like a trigger. There's a trigger space and I stepped on it, I guess. And you get directed to speak to this person immediately, right? So this is what happened here. It's super weird. That my face is so cringe. I don't even want you to see it. This is on emulator, by the way. This was my first attempt at running ever on emulator. Look. Attempt number 1. First ever full attempt of the game. I mean, it wasn't good, but it was pretty good for what I was working with, I guess.
Do I have...
No, it wasn't. It was bad.
I can't read what that says. It's like... Wait. What?
So scary.
I'm confused. What was that? Do I have...
I'm gonna do it again, because it freaks me out.
I can't read what that says.
Look. So I guess, I don't know what I did. I need to try this again and see if it happens again. I moved a little bit to the right. Very minusculely to the right. Oh look, I had a controller visual. I liked having that a lot, but it's not really necessary for this game because I'm not doing any crazy inputs. I'm just moving right to left or top right, top left, or bottom left, whatever. Oh. It says, I can't get it. It says, I have been waiting for you. It's scary.
Wait. What?
And I had no idea what happened.
I'm confused. What was that?
Man, that was super weird. I did not like that. What is this? Oh, it's my live stream. Disgusting. Okay, let's see what we can do now. We want to raid somebody. I now suddenly have to go to the bathroom very bad, so we need to figure this out quick. I don't think it's any contest who I should raid because there's Digimon World 3, but I will look at other Digimon people because I like finding people we don't know yet. Oh, that's me, I think, because I am scamming everybody. Wait, who's that? Someone's doing a Digimon speedrun. Who is this? Do I even know you? English, Spanish, Japanese. You know all of those things. I don't even think I know this person. Maybe I'm stupid. But I don't think I've seen this person before. We might read this guy.
Thanks for follow. School apron. Cannot do more. Cancel the.
How long have you been speedrunning Digimon? I feel like
I haven't seen their name in the Discord, but I also haven't been on the Discord in a long time.
Hold on.
He's the current world record for randomized run? Really?
Started?
Dang.
Not gonna do that now. Kinda one hit sip.
Oh goodness gracious, Airdramon. In a toilet, please.
Don't remember how much time.
English, Spanish, and Japanese. That's sick. I thought that it was my internet. Is it my internet?
Not that much.
I'm gonna restart this. Okay. I'm sorry that you had to see that
Let's
like
see
that.
if I die or no.
Let's see if you die or not, yeah. This music scares me still to this day. What was that sound?
Ah, yeah.
Aww.
That's a reset.
Picklemon.
Yeah. That's Piximon. First we'll start going when I maybe do one more slot. Once that is I don't have a 2000 more HP.
I should have done that earlier. I forgot that I had that.
Yeah, that's a reset. True.
Randomizers are pretty cool. What is that? Is that the game?
Well, the part wasn't that bad. Oh, electric.
What was that?
Wasn't good, yeah.
It sounded like my... Never mind. I think
Yeah,
I'm
it's
literally
another one.
getting haunted by Digimon. Oh. Piccolomon. Let me click on this dude's speedrun profile. Dragoon anime. 2 months ago. So they're like a relatively new runner. I guess. Actually, I don't know. Oh yeah, these are all of their runs. There's a lot of people that have so much interest in Digimon World. And I wish we had the same amount of interest for Digimon World 3. But I haven't been in the Digimon speedrunning Discord for like a while. Because I haven't been on Discord really. Because Discord made me manga after some stuff that happened. So I wouldn't have seen them do all of this stuff. It's pretty cool though. I'm surprised that they don't have as many viewers. Maybe it's because they've only been on for... No. 41. Digimon World has such a large community. Larger than Digimon World 3. Probably. Actually, for sure. Maybe it's... I don't know. Maybe it's an inconsistency thing? Nice.
Hello, Digimon.
Okay. Alright, so... Do you guys want to see... Do you guys want to see a randomizer of Digimon World any %? Or do you want to see someone playing a fellow chatter that usually shows up in this stream? Do you want to see them playing Digimon World 2003 casually? I think even Digimon World 2 is more active than Digimon World 3 right now. I know, it makes me sad. JMix recently PB'd though. But I think maybe he's doing like Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memory stuff right now. Like the Hundo. I don't even know if the Hundo tournament's over. And I don't even know who it's against. I see it on my thing here. Blanca Lamb is... They're just doing a casual playthrough. There's nothing wrong with that, but do you guys want to see a I should keep playing this. Do you guys want to see a randomizer of World 1? Or do you want to see someone casually playing World 3? Thank you so much, friends. You guys are so pog. Blanca Lamb. Show support for Digimon World 3. Dang, I need to be in this freaking speedrunning Discord because I want to be friends with runners. Ishada and Mentor were cool, but that's where we met yesterday. Blanca Lamb? Okay. We can do Blanca Lamb. We'll go raid them. You need the link for it? Nah, I got it. I'll just it's never mind. We're okay. Vmon. That's always a party. Nice. My team, my actual casual team that I used growing up was Gilmon in front, Vmon, and then Agumon. Best team, in my opinion. Best team for me. That fit my playstyle and like the Digimon I liked a lot. Okay. Then we will do that. We will raid Blanca Lamb. They got rid of one of their panels. Because I went to Blanca Lamb's profile a little bit ago. Because they were doing Digimon World. They were doing 2003 in one sitting. And people were just trying to help as much as they could. Monka Land all the time. Okay, now you can see how bare bones my layout is. Look at that scam. Okay, gamers. Look at my, well, for me, my thing. Hold on. Digimon needs more speedrunners. If you want to speedrun Digimon, please join the Digimon speedrunning Discord. They are the neatest people ever. Digimon people are just my favorite people. They're so cool. How do you rate somebody? Blanca Lamb. Someone already made it over there. Digital Hazard already made it over there. Okay, I'll do it in a second. I'm gonna wait for it to load up the people, but we're gonna send you guys over there. Thank you so much. You guys are so pog. You're everything. Neat.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness.
Appropriate with a rate of 41.
They're pretty cool.
Ooh. Thank you so much.
The chat spoke. They want you.
I hope y'all are in the mood for Hardmon battles for 2 hours.
I'm so tired, dude. But Blanca Lamb, if you happen to find the end of this video, or if anybody I don't know how to play this game. This game's not even real. If you guys happen to find the end of this video, because I guess people see the end of these VODs sometimes. I am no longer in a mental state where I am thinking, but
you know what?
If you like Digimon and you like Digimon on Twitch, go follow some other Digimon content creators like Blanca Lamb, Dragoon_anime. They speedrun Digimon World any percent, and like I didn't even know because I haven't been active in the Discord. 23 hours. That's pretty good for Digimon World 2003 though. Like, take that into consideration. Alright, friends. So I'm gonna take off. I need to go to sleep so I can go to work and like have a good day at work. But you guys are so pog. I wish I would be more intelligible at this time of the night, but after a full day of work and then streaming for almost 6 hours, it's a lot. So I'll be on again tomorrow, doing Digimon World DS. So if you see this, I'll catch you then. If you don't, well then, bye, anybody.